Chapter 595. A moment later. Qin Feiyang climbed to the top of the mountain on the left side of the canyon with ease. Looking down, he immediately frowned. Wn Qiu, Feng Hua and the others were all in the canyon. Moreover, they were still recuperating with their eyes closed. However, the distance between them was very close, and no one was alone. Dongfang Wuhan stood behind Qin Feiyang. He stuck his head out and frowned. I'm afraid there's no chance. However, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This way, they wouldn't have to fight with the people from the two continents. However, Qin Feiyang remained silent. This made Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan nervous. They were deeply afraid that Qin Feiyang would be impulsive and continue running like this. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Dong Zhengyang, Shenlong, and Jiang Wei appeared one after another. Then, Qin Feiyang said, "All of you, help me take a look, is there a chance?" The three of them looked down and frowned. Dong Zhengyang said, "There is definitely a chance, but it will take a risk." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and said, "Continue. From the looks of the current situation, we definitely don't have a chance, but we can create one. Let's first have someone act as bait and lure away a portion of them. The rest will naturally be easy to deal with. After all, our strength isn't weak either. But the risk is the other party's two-star war sect, because we don't have anyone here who can fight against a two-star war sect. To be honest, I don't support this." Dong Zhengyang said. Shenlong said, "Qin Feiyang, back then, when you were in the cloud region, how did you kill that two-star war sect commander?" Qin Feiyang said, "It was unexpected. In other words, you don't have the confidence either. If that's the case, then it's too risky. I think we should just forget about it," Shenlong advised. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It wasn't that he wasn't confident. On the contrary, he had full confidence that he could capture both the secluded region and the Kong region in one fell swoop. His confidence came from those 5 ribs. The power of the rib bone was beyond imagination. Those who possessed it were almost invincible in the same realm. If it was in the hands of Dong Zhengyang and the others, killing the one-star battle sect of the 2 great provinces would definitely be as easy as cutting vegetables. Even Wn Qiu and the twins were probably no match for them. However, Qin Feiyang had to be on guard. What if Dong Zhengyang and the others did not return it to him after obtaining it? If it was Fatso and the others, he would naturally trust them unconditionally. However, Dong Zhengyang and the others were not easy to deal with. When that time came, he could only watch helplessly. Because of the rib bone in his hand, he was no match for these people with his meager strength. Therefore, after much consideration, Qin Feiyang gave up on this idea. "Who?" Letting out a long sigh, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you and let them live a little longer." Finished. He brought them into the castle and went into seclusion to cultivate, waiting for Wolf King to come out of seclusion. As long as Wolf King came out of seclusion, all hidden dangers would no longer exist. 3 days later. Wn Qiu and the others also opened their eyes. They did not continue to stay and rushed towards the depths of the Death Swamp. Somewhere in the southern part of the Death Swamp, a group of young people in white walked into the forest. There were a total of more than 20 people. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful, but their bodies were covered in dirt and looked a little embarrassed. "Save me." Suddenly, a person who was scouting ahead stepped on a pile of dead leaves and his whole body immediately sank into the ground. He stretched out his hand and called for help in horror. The leader was a young man with long sky-blue hair like a waterfall. His eyes were even more like the blue sea, giving people an unfathomable feeling. This person's appearance was also extremely good-looking. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a tall figure. He wore a white robe and a fiery red jade pendant at his waist. He exuded an outstanding aura from head to toe. Hearing that person's call for help, this person swooped down and rushed forward like lightning. He reached out and grabbed that person's arm, quickly pulling that person out. And that person's body was now covered in mud. Looking at the place where he had sunk, it was a quagmire. After escaping, that person patted his chest with lingering fear and looked at the young man, saying, "Thank you, Senior Brother Ling. The young man called Senior Brother Ling waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, be careful next time. Okay. That person nodded and went around the quagmire, continuing to scout ahead. Senior Brother Ling turned to look at the people behind him and said, Everyone, we are already deep in the death swamp. Danger can exist anywhere, and swamps can be seen everywhere. We must be careful at every step. Someone immediately said, As long as Senior Brother Ling is here, we are not afraid of any danger. The others also looked at Senior Brother Ling with admiration. Senior Brother Ling smiled and waved his hand, saying, Let's continue. Okay. Everyone responded loudly and followed behind the person who was scouting ahead in an orderly manner. A young woman in a white dress walked to Senior Brother Ling's side and stopped. She asked, Do you think they will come? This woman's appearance was average, but her temperament was outstanding. Standing in the crowd, she was like a crane in a flock of chickens. No one could ignore her. She also had a fiery red jade pendant on her waist. Definitely. Senior Brother Ling nodded. The woman said faintly, After being separated for so many years, I really hope to see them soon. Don't worry, we will see them soon. Senior Brother Ling said. He looked up at the blood-red sky, as if he was thinking of something good, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. At the same time, on a mountain peak in the north of the death swamp, two young women stood at the edge of a cliff. A light breeze blew past, blowing their long hair and clothes. These two women also looked average, but at this moment, they looked like two fairies who were about to fly away with the wind, making people involuntarily mesmerized. Moreover, they also had jade pendants on their waists, but the difference was that these two jade pendants were milky white. The woman on the left said, Time really flies. The woman on the right nodded and said, Yes, a few years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder if they will recognize us when they meet us this time. They definitely won't recognize us. After all, we have changed our appearances. Actually, I really don't understand why the old man won't let us show our true faces. The woman on the left frowned slightly. The woman on the right shook her head and said with a smile, The old man's thoughts are too hard to guess. We just have to do as he says. Then, should we go directly into the depths of the death swamp or look for them? The death swamp is so big. Looking for one person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't worry, I believe that we will meet soon. The two women's conversation was very soft, but there was an indescribable emotion in it. At the foot of the mountain, there were more than 10 young men and women. They were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed, and their auras were very strong. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the ancient castle. Everyone was awakened and looked at the source of the aura, including Qin Feiyang. However, the expression on his face was as different as heaven and earth. The other's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, looked rather excited. Because that aura came from Wolf King, and its aura was approaching the War Master at an extremely fast speed. In other words, at this moment, it had already reached the juncture of a breakthrough. And Wolf King's breakthrough not only meant that he had the capital to roam the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, it also meant that there was finally a War Master in this small team. Dozens of breaths passed. Wolf King's aura had already reached the critical point of the 9-star War Emperor. He was only a small step away from stepping into the War Master. But at this moment, the skyrocketing aura suddenly stopped. Immediately, Qin Feiyang frowned, his heart filled with confusion. Wolf King withdrew his aura and also opened his eyes. What's going on? Could it be that you've encountered some difficulty? Qin Feiyang asked nervously. Yes. We've encountered a very difficult problem. Wolf King nodded and said very seriously. Hearing that, Qin Feiyang's nerves immediately tensed up. Whiz. Wolf King flashed and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, muttering a few words into Qin Feiyang's ear. Qin Feiyang was startled, then his face darkened, and he fiercely knocked on Wolf King's head. Wolf King rubbed his head and said angrily, Big brother didn't lie to you, why did you hit me? You didn't lie to me, but is this problem as difficult as you said? What nonsense. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, walked to the front of the altar, bit his finger, opened the iron box, and then grabbed the universe bag inside and took out a potential pill. That's right. Wolf King stopped breaking through because he did not open the 5th stage of the potential gate. At the same time, Wu Yang and the others behind him were all staring at the iron box. They had noticed this iron box a long time ago, but Qin Feiyang had never opened it, so they did not know what was inside. At this moment, seeing that this iron box could only be opened with Qin Feiyang's blood, they immediately felt incredulous. Especially Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, their hearts were filled with greed. Without a doubt, there must be some kind of treasure in this iron box. Maybe the secret that allowed Shen Mai to break through continuously was hidden in this iron box. Clang. At this time, Qin Feiyang closed the iron box, turned around and glanced at the crowd, his gaze lingering on Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's faces. Although the two of them hid it well, he still caught a trace of it. Humph. He secretly snorted, walked in front of Shen Mai, and said in a low voice, "Do me a favor." "What?" Shen Mai looked at him suspiciously. Half a month had passed, and Shen Mai had already broken through to War Master, becoming another great king of the spiritual state. In his heart, he was also grateful to Qin Feiyang. "Let's talk about it when we get out." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Shen Mai and Wolf King to the peak of the mountain on the left side of the canyon. Then, he whispered a few words into Shen Mai's ear. Immediately, Shen Mai looked at Wolf King enviously. The Gate of Potential. This was something that countless people dreamed of, and it was even more unrealistic. But Wolf King had already opened the 4th level of the Gate of Potential, and now he was going to open the 5th level. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't jealous. However, she was already very satisfied. If not for Qin Feiyang's help, who knew how long it would take to step into the War Master. Therefore, she didn't have any extravagant hopes for the Gate of Potential. With the help of Shen Mai's pressure, Wolf King smoothly opened the 5th level of the Gate of Potential. The potential imprint between his eyebrows also turned light blue. Break. Following that, Wolf King let out a low shout, his aura suddenly erupted, shaking the earth for several miles, and his cultivation soared straight to 1-star War Master. Its body grew even larger, reaching a full 30 meters. Its fur was like silk, shining with a dazzling light. His huge eyes were like the stars. At this moment, it had transformed into a peerless beast, its ferocious might spreading in all directions. What a powerful ferocious might! In a dense forest in the northwest direction, more than 50 young men and women gathered on top of a mountain. Looking in the direction of Qin Feiyang and the others, their eyes were filled with shock. The strength of this ferocious might is comparable to that of a War Master. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful beast in the Death Swamp. Looks like we have to be more careful in the future. A few people were discussing in low voices. Come, let's go over and take a look. A slightly gloomy voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke stood at the head of the crowd. His body was thin, and he had a hooked nose. His eyes were like a pair of eagle eyes, and his gaze was rather sharp. Heard of it? A burly man hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Tan Wu, you can't." Tan Wu raised his eyebrows and said, "Reason?" The burly man said solemnly, "Without a doubt, that beast has the strength of a War Master. If we attract its attention, there will definitely be endless trouble, so it's best not to provoke it. What you said is nothing to worry about. Moreover, even if it has the strength of a 2-star War Master, I have the ability to subdue it." Tan Wu said confidently. "Subdue?" The burly man was stunned. "That's right. Although our overall strength is strong, the other 8 provinces can't be underestimated either, so I want to subdue it. This way, our strength will increase by a large amount." Tan Wu sneered. The burly man thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Don't say, this idea is not bad, but what if we can't subdue it? Just kill it directly." Tan Wu smiled coldly, then jumped down and entered the forest, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Hurry up and follow." The burly man waved his hand and led the others to quickly chase after him. Aoo! At the same time, Wolf King raised his head and roared, venting the excitement in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, and laughed. "Little Qin Zi, are you envious of me?" Qin Feiyang laughed. Then tell me, why should I be envious of you? Wolf King said proudly, because I stepped into the war master one step earlier than you, and I will protect you in the future. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and turn small. Go to the castle and discuss with them, and then set off for the depths of the death swamp. But at this moment, a surprised voice sounded. There's someone else who came before me. Tan Wu climbed to the top of the mountain and looked at Qin Feiyang and Shun Mai suspiciously. The two men and one wolf turned their heads to look and immediately raised their brows. There was a word embroidered on Tan Wu's chest, crane. This meant that this person was from the He province. At the same time, Tan Wu also looked at the word on Qin Feiyang's chest and said in realization, so it's people from the spiritual state, but why is it only the two of you? Are they all dead? A trace of anger immediately crawled up Shun Mai's face and said, what did you say? It seems that your ears are not good. Listen carefully, I am the captain of the He province. You can call me Tan Wu by my name, but I advise you to respectfully call me Lord Tan Wu. Lord Tan Wu? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? He said, what if I say no? It doesn't matter. However, this wolf cub is my prey. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless, Tan Wu said overbearingly. Prey. Chapter 596. Wolf King's eyes flickered with a fierce glint as he said, say it again, who's the prey? You can speak. Tan Wu was stunned for a moment before nodding and saying, that's good, it's convenient to communicate. From now on, you'll follow me, and I'll guarantee you peace for the rest of your life. Follow you? Wolf King looked at Tan Wu strangely. Was there really something wrong with this person's idiocy? He grinned and said, sure. Tan Wu laughed loudly and said, straightforward, I like your personality. The corner of Wolf King's mouth twitched, and he held back his laughter as he asked, and then? Is there a need to ask? Of course it's to kill those two people behind you with me. Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and Shun Mai, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Kill them. Wolf King turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Shun Mai with a thought-provoking gaze. Shun Mai's heart turned cold, and she asked Qin Feiyang rather nervously through voice transmission, Wolf King will be fine, right? If Wolf King really betrayed them, it would be one disaster after another for spiritual state. What problem can there be? Qin Feiyang shook his head and could not help but laugh. In this world, anyone could betray him, but the Wolf King wouldn't. Wolf King suddenly turned his head and looked at Tan Wu, saying, can't you tell that I'm in cahoots with them? In cahoots? Tan Wu immediately frowned. Wolf King shook his head and said mockingly, looks like your brain really doesn't work well. Humph. So what if we're in cahoots? Tan Wu snorted coldly and said, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. They're not even as strong as you, what qualifications do they have to make you follow? Only by choosing me will your future be bright. Wolf King pondered for a moment and nodded. What you said makes sense. How about this? I just happen to be lacking a human pet. Why don't you follow me? Not only will I guarantee you a lifetime of glory, but I will also give you a great fortune. Tan Wu was still very happy at first. But when he heard the latter half of the sentence, his expression immediately darkened. After Wolf King finished speaking, he said, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Fuck. Who's the shameless one? You think you're qualified for me to follow you? Wolf King sneered. Audacious. To dare speak to fifth senior brother Tan like this, are you courting death? Kneel down and apologize, and I'll leave your corpse intact. At this moment, the burly man and the others climbed to the top of the mountain. As soon as they heard Wolf King's words, they angrily rebuked. So many people. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, Shun Mai, what's their cultivation level? Shun Mai hurriedly scanned and sent a sound transmission, 4 1-star war sect, 8 9-star war emperor, and the rest are between 4-star and 7-star war emperor. However, I can't see through Tan Wu's cultivation level, so he should be a 2-star war sect. This lineup is also stronger than ours. Qin Feiyang sighed. It seemed that the spirit state was at the bottom of the 9 great provinces. Because until now, The spirit state didn't have a single two-star war sect overseeing it. Shunmai felt the same way. At the same time, Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King in ridicule. But suddenly, he turned his head and glared fiercely at the burly man and the others, saying, "Why are you all so fierce? What if you scare them? Yes, yes, yes. It's all our fault. Senior brother Tan Wu, please don't be angry." The burly man and the others nodded repeatedly, but their eyes were filled with playfulness. Tan Wu said, "I didn't say that you guys were wrong, I just wanted to say that we have to keep a low profile, understand?" I know. Keeping a low profile is simple." The burly man and the others laughed. "You're worth teaching." Tan Wu nodded with a gratified smile, then turned to look at Wolf King and said with a smile, "Don't listen to them, as long as you kneel down and apologize, I will still consider letting you follow me." Whoosh! Wolf King turned into the size of a palm and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He looked down at Tan Wu and said disdainfully, "If you kneel down and apologize, I will also consider letting you continue to be my human pet. Do you really want to die?" Tan Wu's gaze darkened. "Haha," Wolf King laughed out loud, his gaze suddenly turned cold, and said, "I think the one who wants to die is you. Is a two-star war sect very awesome?" Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Tan Wu's body trembled, and a terrifying aura surged out. At this moment, he was like a wild beast that chose people to eat, causing people to tremble in fear. Shun Mai's gaze trembled, and said in a low voice, as expected of a two-star war sect, "Wolf King, are you confident?" Wolf King said in dissatisfaction, "Little girl Shun, how can you ask such a stupid question? Who am I? I am a valiant, divine, and invincible divine wolf, do you understand?" Shun Mai's face twitched, and then she wisely remained silent, in case Wolf King called her an idiot again. At the same time, Wolf King looked at Tan Wu in an overbearing manner, and said, "Don't waste my time, bring your motley crew, and attack together." "A motley crew? You actually dare to look down on us?" The burly man and the others were furious. "There's no need for senior brother Tan Wu to take action to deal with you three little dregs. I alone am enough to make you kowtow and beg for mercy." A skinny young man walked out from the crowd. He swept his gaze across Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, his eyes filled with contempt. "Even more arrogant than me? Then I'd like to see if you really have the ability." Wolf King grinned, revealing his dense fangs. "Then open your eyes wide for me." The skinny young man shouted angrily, his aura exploding as he rushed towards the two men and the wolf. "One-star war sect." A hint of astonishment appeared in Wolf King's eyes, and then he said, "No wonder you dare to jump like this, so you have some strength. Unfortunately, you met me, so you're destined to die." Whiz. With a leap, it landed on the ground and used the void escape steps to welcome the skinny young man. Shun Mai looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, this is its first battle after breaking through to the War Master, its self-esteem will not allow it to lose." Shun Mai nodded suspiciously, and continued to pay attention to Wolf King. She, who hadn't interacted much with Wolf King, was only limited to rumors about Wolf King's methods and strength. She had rarely seen it with her own eyes, and she didn't know anything about the people of He Province, so she couldn't help but be a little worried. "Die. Can you do it?" Finally, when the man and wolf met, it was like a meteor had collided, and a destructive wave of air suddenly appeared and pounced out in all directions with the force of toppling mountains and overturning seas. The mountain peak beneath his feet instantly collapsed. Following closely, the entire canyon was razed to the ground, and dust covered the sky and covered the sun. With a wave of Shun Mai's jade-like hand, battle chi surged and condensed into a battle chi barrier. She brought Qin Feiyang and retreated into the distance. At the same time, Tan Wu also protected all the people of He Province. Both sides were staring at the battlefield. But the difference was that Shun Mai was rather worried. Qin Feiyang, Tan Wu, and the rest of the people from He Province all had calm expressions. Qin Feiyang trusted Wolf King, and the people of He Province also trusted the skinny young man. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the dust. Immediately, a faint smile crawled onto Qin Feiyang's face. Shun Mai also heaved a sigh of relief. But the faces of the people of He province were filled with disbelief. Tan Wu also frowned. Because this scream came from the skinny young man. Woo woo. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a gust of wind suddenly rose in this place. The dust that filled the sky was quickly blown away, revealing everything. The earth was shattered, and the chasm spread. But he only saw Wolf King, and did not see the skinny young man. At this moment, Wolf King was standing in front of a chasm, its small body emitting a monstrous aura. It lowered its head and looked inside the chasm, its eyes filled with contempt. Obviously, that skinny young man was inside the chasm. Rustle, rustle. Accompanied by a faint sound, the skinny young man slowly crawled out. But the current him had already lost his previous vigor. His entire body was dripping with blood, and his left arm was even shattered. The right side of his chest was also caved in, and his flesh was badly mutilated. The corners of Wolf King's mouth lifted, and he said, "This is the strength that you said is enough to make the three of us kneel and beg for mercy." The skinny young man said gloomily, "Wasn't it just a moment of carelessness and was caught off guard by you? What are you being arrogant for? A moment of carelessness?" Wolf King chuckled, his gaze filled with amusement. The skinny young man was enraged to the extreme, and he roared, "Beast, the good show is yet to come, let's continue." "Shut up." But at this time, Tan Wu shouted, "Still think that you haven't embarrassed yourself enough? Back down." The skinny young man's body trembled, and he turned to look at Tan Wu, saying in horror, "Senior apprentice brother Tan Wu, please give me another chance, I can definitely kill it." Tan Wu became increasingly impatient. The burly man at the side glanced at the skinny young man and said with clasped hands, "Senior apprentice brother Tan Wu, if we don't fulfill his wish now, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for him to walk out of this shadow in the future. Senior apprentice brother, if I can't kill it, I'll commit suicide on the spot." The skinny young man followed. Be it his tone or attitude, they were both very decisive. Tan Wu's gaze was dark. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you another chance." "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." The skinny young man was overjoyed and bowed in thanks. Then, he took out a regeneration elixir and consumed it, turning to look at Wolf King. Wolf King shook his head in disappointment and said, "You're not an ordinary fool. Because if you listen to that idiot and back down now, you might still be able to save your life." Tan Wu clenched his fists. The idiot that Wolf King was referring to was clearly him. He shouted to the skinny young man, "That stubborn fellow has no value to be used. I'll give you 10 breaths to tear it into pieces." "Yes." The skinny young man nodded and reached out with his right hand. Battle chi surged out like a tidal wave. Clang. Following that, a deafening metallic sound sounded. A gigantic golden sword appeared out of nowhere in an instant, its terrifying aura shaking the heavens and earth. Unparalleled slash. Immediately after, the skinny young man roared and the gigantic golden sword trembled in the void, slashing towards Wolf King with an apocalyptic sharpness. The sword chi was like a rainbow. Before he could even get close, the ground beneath the Wolf King split open with a loud crack, revealing a deep abyss. Unparalleled slash? That's quite a scary name. However, why does it look like a paper tiger? Nice to look at but useless. Wolf King smiled mockingly and his aura surged as he transformed into a muscular wolf instantly. Standing on the ground, he was like a peerless ferocious wolf that appeared in the world with a ferocious might spreading in all directions. Clang. The gigantic golden sword arrived instantly and its resplendent light illuminated the heavens and earth. Right at this moment, Wolf King did not retreat at all as he reached out with his thick claws to meet the gigantic golden sword. Boom. Snap. The moment they met, the ground within a radius of several kilometers trembled violently, collapsing and sinking as though the end of the world had arrived. At the same time, the gigantic golden sword and Wolf King's claws were locked in a stalemate. However, the gigantic sword that seemed to be shockingly sharp only cut off Wolf King's fur and did not tear its skin. Moreover, the skinny young man was sweating profusely, but Wolf King was still calm and his eyes were still filled with contempt. How is this possible? Isn't its skin too thick? The burly man and the others turned pale with fright. Tan Wu was also rather shocked. As expected, it's just a paper tiger. Wolf King shook his head and sighed. His claws shook violently as a vast power roared out. With a clang, the gigantic golden sword instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. Puff! The skinny young man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face turned pale and he lost his balance as he retreated. You are the first person I have killed after breaking through to the War Master. You should feel honored. Wolf King grinned as he used the void escape technique and rushed towards the skinny young man like lightning. Bastard, I'm going to tear you apart. The skinny young man was enraged, and a shocking aura erupted like a volcano. Clang! The next moment, a dazzling golden light rushed out from behind him. And within that golden light, there was a 3-foot-long thin sword that seemed to be cast from gold. Its brilliance dyed the sky. Battle Soul? Wolf King muttered as he prepared to activate his Battle Soul. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. Because in its opinion, this person was not qualified for him to use his Battle Soul. At the same time, Tan Wu and the others were also prepared to help, but when they saw the skinny young man activating his Battle Soul, they chose to endure it. They were very confident in the skinny young man. Bastard, I'll let you experience a true peerless slash. The skinny young man smiled sinisterly as his entire body was shrouded in a murderous aura. With a wave of his hand, the 3-foot-long thin sword turned into a ray of light and slashed towards Wolf King aggressively. The sharpness was even stronger than the gigantic golden sword from before. Is that so? Wolf King smiled playfully. He still did not dodge and punched out. Immediately, its fur was torn and blood flowed profusely. However, its bones were not injured. However, that 3-feet-long thin sword was forcefully smashed into pieces by a single punch. The skinny young man spat out blood on the spot and his face was deathly pale. Wolf King chuckled. How dare you say that this soft sword is a peerless slash? Are you here to be funny? Impossible. I am, after all, a fighting soul. How could its mere body of flesh and blood be destroyed? The skinny young man was dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. The burly man and the others were the same. Killing intent finally appeared in Tan Wu's eyes. The strength of this wolf had already exceeded his expectations. If he could not subdue it for his own use, he could only eradicate it. You've used up all your methods, right? Then I'll let you witness my ultimate skill now, the 8 King's Fist. Wolf King was filled with heroism as he walked towards the skinny young man step by step. Stop it! Tan Wu shouted with killing intent in his eyes. Boom! 3 powerful auras erupted. In the next moment, 3 figures rushed out from the crowd on the He province's side and shot towards Wolf King. One of them was the burly man. The other 2 were young men, one tall and one short. The tall one was 1.9 meters, but his body was very thin and his skin was yellow. It could even be said that he was skin and bones, like a bamboo pole that would fall to the ground with a gust of wind. The short man was also not an ordinary short man. He was only about 1.4 meters tall and his skin was dark like a pig's. However, his body was rather robust. And these 3 people were all 1-star battle masters. Chapter 597. Seeing that, Shun Mai's face darkened, and said in a low voice, I'll go help. Qin Feiyang laughed faintly, no need, White-Eyed Wolf can handle it. Shun Mai was stunned. Wolf King's strength was obvious to all, it was undeniable. But one had to know that there were 4 1-star War Masters joining forces. No matter how strong Wolf King was, it was impossible for him to stop them. How could Qin Feiyang be so confident? The 3 of them were aggressive, but Wolf King did not take them to heart at all. He did not even look at them as he rushed towards the skinny young man. Looking at the skinny young man again, he was also panicking as he fled in a sorry state. However, Wolf King had grasped the perfect support technique, and his speed far surpassed the skinny young man's. Moreover, the skinny young man was currently heavily injured, and his speed was even slower than when he was at his peak. As a result, Wolf King caught up to him in a few steps. Don't kill me. Feeling the terrifying might, the skinny young man roared in fear. Stop. If you dare to kill him, even if you ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, You can forget about escaping. The three of them roared. What a useless piece of trash. At the same time, Tan Wu muttered, and a powerful pressure erupted, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards Wolf King. The moment he was enveloped by the pressure, Wolf King paused for a moment, but in the next moment, he continued to attack the skinny young man. How is this possible? Immediately, Tan Wu looked at Wolf King with his mouth agape. The pressure was actually useless against it. Could it be that it had hidden its cultivation and was also a 2-star war master? You don't know, right? I'm the reincarnation of the peerless wolf god. Your pressure can only make me stop for a moment. Wolf King chuckled, and punched towards the skinny young man's head. Senior brother Tan Wu, save me. The skinny young man screamed hysterically, his soul scared out of his wits. Tan Wu came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Stop, everything can be discussed." However, Wolf King turned a deaf ear to his words and punched the thin young man's head. Crack. Along with an ear-piercing sound, the skinny young man's head exploded on the spot. His blood-curdling screams echoed through the clouds. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud and died. Dead. Tan Wu's expression froze. The burly man and the other two were also dumbstruck. The other people of He province looked at the corpse of the skinny young man with disbelief. Amazing. Shun Mai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted, her face full of admiration. To be able to get rid of a 1-star war sect in such a short period of time, such methods were truly extraordinary. However, and this was only the beginning. Whoosh. After Wolf King finished off the skinny youth, he saw that the burly man and the other two were still in a daze. He decisively launched a fierce attack. Like a bolt of lightning, it arrived in front of one of them. Its claws glowed with golden light as it slammed into the man's lower abdomen. Ah! That person let out a blood-curdling scream as his lower abdomen caved in. He was sent flying on the spot as he spat out blood. Bang! In the end, that person smashed into a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak collapsed in an instant, and the rumbling sound was deafening. My chi-si, at the same time. A desperate roar came out from the shattered mountain peak. Chi-si. Could it be? His chi-si was shattered. The people of He province looked at the collapsed mountain peak with faces full of shock. Bastard, die. At the same time, the burly man and the other 1-star war sect came back to their senses and immediately raised their fists. Their battle chi surged as they angrily charged towards Wolf King. Heh. Wolf King grinned, 2 thick claws extended out, and collided with the fists of the two. Boom. The burly man and the other two were sent flying on the spot. Their arms were lacerated and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Their eyes were filled with shock. They were both made of flesh and blood, so why were the two of them unable to defeat this beast even when they joined hands? I will return the words of that person to you without missing a word. With just my strength alone, I am enough to make you bunch of trash kneel and beg for mercy. Wolf King's aura became more and more astonishing. He stepped on the air and charged towards the two burly men, his killing intent soaring to the heaven. It was at this moment. Tan Wu's pupils constricted as he anxiously said, after transforming, it has the strength of a 4-star war sect. You cannot use your flesh and blood to fight it head-on. Heard of it? Only then did the burly man and the other two come to a realization. It turned out that this beast had mastered a transformation battle art. No wonder its strength was so terrifying. Next, the two of them looked at each other and a confident smile crawled onto their faces. This beast had a battle art, and they also had a battle art. As long as they didn't let this beast get close to them, it wouldn't be able to harm them in the slightest. Whiz. With that thought, the two of them quickly retreated. At the same time, they stretched out their arms and their battle chi surged into the sky like a torrent. Clang. Next, a black scythe that was more than 10 feet long and a yellow broadsword that was dozens of meters long appeared in the sky, shaking out an ear-piercing metallic sound. Beast, the real battle has only just begun. The two of them smiled coldly. With a wave of their hands, the black scythe and broadsword cut through the sky with an astonishing sharpness and charged towards Wolf King. This was also evolved from a battle art. The aura it emitted was not inferior to Wolf King's in the slightest. Is that so? But why do I feel that the battle is already over? Wolf King teased. Dawn. It stood upright like a giant descending into the mortal world. With every step it took, the earth would tremble. Its entire body had an invincible aura. As it approached, it actually used its bare hands to attack the black scythe and broadsword. Crack. Boom. The black scythe and broadsword instantly shattered. However, the fur on Wolf King's claws was also torn apart by the black scythe and broadsword. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. However, this was only a minor injury to it that could be completely ignored. Its footsteps did not pause at all. Accompanied by loud thumps, it continued towards the burly man and the other man. It was unstoppable. When he saw that, Tan Wu's expression was extremely dark and his gaze turned incomparably sharp. Swoosh. Suddenly, he took a step forward and stood in front of the burly man and the other man like a bolt of lightning. He looked at Wolf King with a shocking aura lurking within his body. The burly man hurriedly said, "Senior brother Tan Wu, there's no need for you to do anything. We can do it." The other person added, "We'll definitely be able to kill it. Please believe in us. We can." You still dare to say such words at a time like this? I really don't know where you guys find your confidence from. Tan Wu shouted darkly. The burly man and the other man's expressions changed as they bowed. Please calm down, senior brother. You're all useless trash. Tan Wu's face was as dark as water. He raised his finger and pointed at Qin Feiyang and Shun Mai in the distance. Go and kill them. If you can't do that, you guys aren't worthy of being the kings of Crane Province. We won't let you down, senior brother. The two of them responded respectfully and immediately turned around to charge towards Qin Feiyang and the other man. What are you running for? The Wolf King grinned and used the void evasion step to chase after the two. With me here, you won't be able to go anywhere. Tan Wu took a step forward and appeared in front of Wolf King in the blink of an eye. The aura hidden within his body erupted. So arrogant. Wolf King was slightly stunned and chuckled. All right, I'll kill you first. Boom. The man and wolf directly clashed. Battle chi streaked across the sky and a terrifying destructive air wave swept in all directions. For a moment, the ground in this place cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the blood sun lost its light. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he pursed his lips into a playful smile. I never thought that Wolf King would be so strong. That one-star war sect whose sea of chi was shattered still hasn't crawled out yet. He must be dead. Shun Mai shook his head and sighed. He acted as if he didn't see the two of them. Qin Feiyang laughed. As long as you give it time, it can slaughter everyone in He Province. Even a two-star war sect can do it. Shun Mai was surprised. What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked. Shun Mai hesitated for a moment. Although Wolf King was very strong, the two-star war sect was one small realm higher than it. Logically speaking, it was impossible for it to be Tan Wu's match. However, she had seen too many miracles on Wolf King's body, so she didn't dare to jump to conclusions. You're already at death's door, yet you still have the mood to comment here? Speak, are you going to draw your swords and commit suicide, or are we going to kill you? I want to make it clear in advance. If we make a move, you will die miserably. You might not even have a corpse left. At this moment, the two of them stopped 10 meters away from Qin Feiyang and Shun Mai, their faces full of sneers and contempt. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the two of them, and laughed. Are you that confident? You're just an 8-star war emperor. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. As for this woman, although she's a 1-star war sect, I don't believe that she's stronger than that beast. Moreover, we have quite a few 9-star war emperor and 8-star war emperor. Now tell me, what's your advantage? The burly man disdained. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. That's right, you guys do have a lot of people, but you're just a bunch of mobs. You're courting death. Their gazes turned cold. Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. Your confidence and carelessness might cause your entire He province to be annihilated today. Arrogant. Arrogant. The two of them were furious. Their auras surged at the same time, transforming into an invisible torrent that crashed towards Qin Feiyang and Shen Mai. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his arm. Swish. At that moment, 5 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Dong Zhengyang, Shen Long, Jiang Wei, Dongfang Wuhan, and Murong Xiong. As soon as the 5 of them appeared, they released their auras and collided with the burly man's and Shen Mai's auras. Fut! The 2 of them were sent flying on the spot. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and their faces were filled with shock. There were still people. Where did they come from? Moreover, they were all war sect. At the same time, seeing Dong Zhengyang's group of 5 appear, Tan Wu's expression changed. The dozens of war emperors in He province were even more flustered. Dong Zhengyang's group of 5, Shen Mai, and Wolf King. There were actually 7 one-star war sect in the spiritual state. Of course. Logically speaking, 7 one-star war sects would not be able to threaten their He province. This was because their He province had a 2-star war sect. However, that wolf cub was ridiculously strong. It had killed 2 of their kings in a row, and even Tan Wu was unable to take it down in a short period of time. Once Tan Wu was restrained, they would definitely face a calamity of destruction. Finally, it was really possible for He province to be completely annihilated. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of panicking war emperors in the distance, looked at the 2 of them, and asked with a smile, "I wonder if you guys still have confidence?" The pupils of the 2 men contracted tightly together. Everyone, retreat. Suddenly, the burly man let out a roar and turned around to flee with the other man. With the 2 of them escaping, the rest of the people in He province were immediately defeated and fled in panic. "You want to escape?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a cold smile, and said, "Don't leave a single one alive." Whiz. As soon as he finished, Dong Zhengyang and the others rushed out in unison, chasing after the 2 of them, including Shen Mai. Damn it. Seeing this, Tan Wu cursed in his heart, and used all his strength to strike towards Wolf King, wanting to leave. "Looks like you're in a hurry." Wolf King chuckled, and did not clash head-on with Tan Wu. He used the void escape step and slowly circled around Tan Wu. "Why is your speed so fast?" Tan Wu was incomparably furious. Wolf King thought about it very seriously, then shook his head and said, "Big Brother doesn't know either, maybe it's because Big Brother is too handsome." "Fuck you." Tan Wu was so angry that he cursed again and again. He had seen many shameless people, but this was the first time he had met such a shameless wolf cub. It was just a beast, how could it be related to the word handsome? "Aya, you're so uneducated. I really don't know how your parents taught you. Why don't I help them teach you?" Wolf King chuckled. "Bastard, go to hell." Tan Wu was enraged to the extreme. Originally, with his temperament, he would not be provoked by Wolf King's words, but now that the situation was dangerous, he was especially impatient. Boom! An aura even more powerful than before roared out of his body. Following closely, a stretch of black light rose from behind him, rushing high into the sky. Inside the black light, a palm-sized ancient blade was suspended. It was pitch black all over, emitting a mysterious and ice-cold aura. Wolf King said in surprise, "This is your battle soul." "That's right. Once my battle soul comes out, no matter how fast you are, it's also hard to escape death. Innate divine ability, gravity domain." Tan Wu's eyes revealed killing intent. With a wave of his hand, the ancient blade released wisps of obscure energy. These energies were invisible, pouncing in all directions. Sensing carefully, it did not seem to pose any threat. However, the instant Wolf King was enveloped by these energies, he immediately felt a terrifying gravitational pressure coming over. His speed immediately reduced greatly. Gravity suppression. Wolf King was bewildered. "My fighting soul can release an invisible gravitational force and form an invisible gravitational territory of about 100 feet. Any living being that enters this domain, whether it is a fierce beast or a human, their speed will be suppressed by half. How is it? The speed that you're so proud of is now suppressed. Do you feel despair?" Tan Wu couldn't help but laugh. "So that's how it is. The battle souls in the world are really endless. Wolf King muttered. Ah, suddenly. Two painful screams sounded. Tan Wu's laughter came to an abrupt end. Turning his head, he saw the burly man and his companion being besieged by Dong Xingyang and the rest, their blood splattered across the sky. Today, none of you will live. Chapter 598. I didn't expect this person to possess such a terrifying battle soul. Qin Feiyang whispered. As everyone knew, speed was one of the keys to victory in a battle. And Tan Wu's gravity domain could suppress half of his speed. In the face of such a situation, if it was anyone else, it would be a disaster. If nothing unexpected happened, relying on this powerful battle soul, everyone here wouldn't be Tan Wu's match even if they added up. However, Qin Feiyang was confident and wasn't worried at all. Because Tan Wu was very unlucky to have met this white-eyed wolf. Hurry up and help Wolf King. At the same time, Dong Zhengyang's group of 6 noticed the situation on Wolf King's side and immediately rushed to support Wolf King without hesitation. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about it, you guys just need to deal with those remnants of He Ju." The 6 of them were surprised, but they didn't ask any further. They turned around and chased after the fleeing people. After this period of time together, they could only use the word unfathomable to describe Qin Feiyang. Since Qin Feiyang dared to say this, then he must have a certain degree of confidence. Soon, the 6 of them chased into the forest and disappeared. At the same time, Wolf King stood on the ground, looked at Tan Wu with a big grin, and said, "Do you really think that your battle soul is invincible? Pretending to be calm? Haha, continue to pretend, I'll see how long you can pretend." Tan Wu laughed incessantly. Pretend? Mitch, let me tell you, in terms of battle soul, you are not qualified. Wolf King snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura immediately broke out of his body. Following closely, its entire body emitted a resplendent golden light, and a golden beast shadow instantly appeared out of thin air. This beast shadow still couldn't be seen clearly, only an outline could be seen. However, its body was extremely huge. Its head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. It was as if the supreme beast had descended, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. What battle soul is this? Tan Wu stopped in his tracks and looked at the golden beast shadow. A wave of uncontrollable fear emerged from the depths of his heart. What battle soul? Haha, my fighting soul is the nemesis of all fighting souls. I won't be the one in despair. It will be you. The Wolf King laughed wildly. As soon as it finished speaking, its eyes became extremely sharp as it shouted, "Innate ability, strip." Immediately, as soon as the golden beast opened its mouth, a violent gale suddenly appeared in this world, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. The battle soul above Tan Wu's head, which was also that black ancient edge, immediately flew towards that wide mouth. How could this be? Tan Wu turned pale with fright and made a prompt decision, preparing to disperse the battle soul. However, he discovered to his horror that the battle soul was already out of his control. An uneasy premonition arose in his heart. At this moment, Qin Feiyang said, "White-eyed wolf, don't deprive him of his fighting spirit." Wolf King raised his eyebrows. Deprive the fighting soul? What do you mean? But Tan Wu had a look of bewilderment. Swish. Qin Feiyang executed phantom steps and swiftly landed in front of Tan Wu, saying coolly, "The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul's innate ability is to deprive others of their fighting spirit. In other words, once devoured by it, you'll lose your fighting spirit forever." What? Tan Wu was greatly shocked in his heart. Lose his fighting spirit forever? How could this be? One had to know. The reason why he could establish himself in He Province and become the Inner Palace's #1 person was because of this fighting soul. He could show disdain for heroes and intimidate everyone. Even the 10 great commanders of He Province had to be somewhat courteous to him. It was also because of this fighting soul. If he lost his fighting soul, without a doubt, he would definitely fall from the altar. At that time, he would be no different from an ordinary 2-star battle sect. Then everything that he had before would naturally turn into bubbles and shadows. This kind of drastic change was what he could not bear. But he also suspected whether or not Qin Feiyang was bluffing him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Don't doubt, I'm not bluffing you. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and serve me as your master for life, and I'll make the white-eyed wolf spare your life." "Haha, serve you as my master? Do you think that's possible? Do you have this qualification?" Tan Wu laughed loudly without ceasing, his eyes full of disdain. Qin Feiyang did not get angry either and said coolly, "Whether I have this qualification or not, you'll know in the future." Amen. Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, "May I ask what your distinguished self's name is?" Qin Feiyang said, "Qin Feiyang." Tan Wu's eyes went wide and he said in surprise, "You're Qin Feiyang?" "That's me." Qin Feiyang nodded his head. "Haha, I've heard that spiritual states Qin Feiyang is not only an alchemy prodigy, but also a martial Dao freak. Looking at it now, it's nothing more than this." Tan Wu shook his head and mocked. "How so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "If you're really a martial Dao freak, why are you only an 8-star war emperor?" Tan Wu sneered. "When I was 15 years old, I started cultivating. Now that I'm 21 years old, more than 6 years have passed before I broke through to the 8-star war emperor. I'm indeed not worthy of the words martial Dao freak." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "What? Only cultivated for 6 years?" Tan Wu was dumbstruck. In 6 years' time, he broke through to the 8-star war emperor. This speed was simply rare in 10,000 years. If this wasn't worthy of being a martial Dao freak, then who was? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was a peerless genius. However, he really couldn't do it if he wanted to serve him as his master for the rest of his life. Although he wasn't considered a peerless genius, his talent was considered first-rate in He province, and even in the entire Great Qin Empire. His pride didn't allow him to be someone else's servant. Wolf King said, "Little Qin Zi has never taken the initiative to subdue someone. You're the first, so you should feel honored. Kill me." Tan Wu shook his head and closed his eyes, waiting for death to descend. "You think I don't dare to kill you?" Wolf King's eyes flickered with killing intent. "Wait." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand to stop Wolf King and looked at Tan Wu. "Everything in the world is nothing more than fame and fortune. As long as you follow me, I promise here that I'll give you fame and fortune that no one can compare to. There will also be a place for you in the imperial capital." Tan Wu's body and mind trembled, and he was moved. The imperial capital, the holy land that countless people yearned for, was like an unattainable fortress that made people feel weak both physically and mentally. However, in this person's mouth, it was as if the things in front of him were at his fingertip. Where did this confidence come from? Wolf King said, "There's only one chance, cherish it. What you said is indeed very tempting, but it's nothing to me. Because I have this confidence. As long as you let me go, I can still enter the imperial capital with my ability." Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang said, "All right then, I'll let you go now." "What?" Wolf King was stunned. Tan Wu's face was also full of astonishment. Qin Feiyang continued, "I can let you go, but everyone else has to die." "Why? Don't you know that this is letting a tiger return to the mountain?" Tan Wu asked in disbelief. "Since I dare to let you go, I'm naturally not afraid of you stirring up trouble. Hurry up and leave before I change my mind." After Qin Feiyang finished talking, he nodded at Wolf King. Wolf King had a stomach full of doubts, but he also did as he was told, putting away his battle soul. Tan Wu also immediately dispersed his battle soul. After pondering for a while, he clasped his hands and said, "Today, take it as me, Tan Wu, owing you a favor." Finished talking, Tan Wu did not hesitate at all, turning around and leaving quickly. As for the others in He province, he did not care, nor did he have the strength to care. Wolf King frowned and said, "Little Qin Zi, your way of doing things. Isn't it a little lacking in consideration?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I've thought about it carefully. Then I can't figure it out. Do you like him so much?" Wolf King was puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't like him. I fancy his battle soul. If we can use it, it will definitely be of great help to us when we enter the imperial capital." "That's true. Suppressing half of his speed is equivalent to seizing half of the chance of victory, but he's proud and arrogant. It's impossible for him to submit. And you also know how great a threat his existence is to us. If we can't use him, it's best to eradicate him. Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry, sooner or later, he will come to me." Wolf King opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he swallowed it back. At the same time, in the distant forest, screams could be heard endlessly. Although there were many people in He province, their cultivations were only at the battle emperor level. Facing Dong Zhengyang's 6 battle masters, there was naturally no suspense. Several hundred breaths passed. The 6 of them walked out of the forest one after another. Their bodies were covered in blood and full of killing intent. Qin Feiyang asked, "How was it?" Dong Zhengyang said with a smile, "Not a single one is left. We've dealt with them all." "Where's Tan Wu?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "We couldn't stop him. He slipped away." "Slipped away?" Murong Xiong raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "So you're not confident either." "If I had known earlier, I would have gotten rid of him first." Shenlong said, "Tan Wu is not just a 2-star battle master. His battle soul's ability can be said to be heaven-defying. It's normal that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King couldn't stop him." "That's right. Even if we joined hands to kill him, it would only be a few more deaths. It's already amazing that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King could force him to escape." Jiang Wei followed. Murong Xiong frowned, "I'm just complaining. Do you have to have such a big opinion of me?" Shenlong coldly snorted, "We're just talking about the facts. If you don't like it, don't listen." Murong Xiong nodded his head and said impatiently, "All right. I'll stop talking in the future. Is that all right?" "All right, there's nothing to argue about. Now, we should celebrate." Shunmai laughed. With that said, a smile crawled onto everyone's faces. Although Tan Wu had slipped away, none of the other people in He province were left. Most importantly, with 4 less 1-star battle master S, it could be considered a complete victory. Dong Zhengyang asked, "Qin Feiyang, what should we do next?" Shenlong and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang. Although the captain was Ren Wushuang in name, in everyone's eyes, Qin Feiyang was the real leader. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and sighed. "After the confrontation with Kong Province, Cloud Province, Yu Province, and He Province, I feel that my strength is far from enough, so I plan to go into seclusion." Seclusion? The 6 of them immediately frowned. It had already been half a month since the last time he went into seclusion. The people from the other provinces might have already walked out of the death swamp. Chapter 599. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 of them and said with a smile, "I only said that I would be in seclusion. I didn't say that you guys would also be in seclusion." "What do you mean? Are you going to be separated from us for the time being?" The frown on their faces deepened. Dong Zhengyang, Shenlong, Shenmai, and Jiang Wei really didn't want to be separated from Qin Feiyang. Because without Qin Feiyang, it was equivalent to losing a strategist. As for Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, they were purely worried that after being separated from Qin Feiyang, they wouldn't be able to find the key to Shenmai's consecutive breakthroughs. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "It's not that." Hearing that, only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. But they were also very puzzled. How was it possible to be in seclusion and not be separated? Qin Feiyang walked over to Shenmai's side and whispered a few words in her ear. After listening, Shenmai revealed a look of realization, and at the same time, there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Then, Qin Feiyang first sent Wolf King to the castle, then took out a set of clothes from the Chenkuan bag and laid it flat on the ground. He looked at Shenmai and asked, "Do you remember what I said?" Shenmai nodded. "Be careful." Qin Feiyang warned the 6 of them, then walked to the clothes on the ground, and with a flash, disappeared without a trace. "He went to the castle?" Dong Zhengyang and the others looked at Shenmai in surprise. Shenmai nodded in response. Then, she bent down and grabbed the 4 corners of the clothes. She wrapped the clothes together like a bundle. "What are you doing?" Dongfang Wuhan was puzzled. Shenmai didn't answer, put the wrapped clothes into the Chenkuan bag, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Dongfang Wuhan didn't ask further. The 6 of them closely followed each other and headed towards the depths of the death swamp. Actually, the reason was simple. When Qin Feiyang entered the castle would fall on top of the clothes. Shunmai wrapped the clothes, which was equivalent to wrapping the castle in the clothes. In other words, the castle was now in Shunmai's Chenkuan bag. Of course, doing so was very risky, because if it was someone with evil intentions, it was very likely that they would take the opportunity to threaten Qin Feiyang. Therefore, Qin Feiyang chose Shunmai. She had been in contact with Shunmai for a long time. Shunmai could be considered an upright person. In addition, she was like a sister to Ren Wuxuang, so she definitely wouldn't harm him. Inside the castle, everyone went into seclusion to cultivate. Especially Ren Wuxuang. When Shunmai stepped into the war sect first, she couldn't help but start to feel anxious. Outside, Dong Xingyang and the others traveled day and night without rest. For the first half of the month, the road was very peaceful, but after half a month, they encountered a swamp. They were everywhere. Moreover, many of the swamps were covered by dead branches and rotten leaves. They were also covered by grass and shrubs, making it impossible for people to guard against them. All 6 of them had fallen into the swamp before. At first, they didn't take it to heart, but when they really fell into the swamp, they realized how scary it was. Once trapped, there was no way to climb out. And the more he struggled, the faster he sank. After a long time, they all felt very aggrieved. One had to know that they were all war sect masters. Normally, a mere swamp would be like walking on flat ground. It wouldn't pose a threat to them at all. But now, they regarded the swamp as a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Every step they took was like walking on thin ice. It was all thanks to the gravity in the air. But even though they were aggrieved, they still continued to walk. However, their speed slowed down a lot, and they didn't dare to rush at night. Because their vision at night was too poor, they would fall into the swamp if they weren't careful. As they continued to go deeper, bigger troubles began to appear frequently. There were actually all kinds of fierce beasts hidden in the swamp, and they were all very powerful. The weakest fierce beast was an 8-star war emperor. The key was that they were not bound by the swamp. They were like fish in water in the mud, coming and going freely. From time to time, they would jump out to ambush them, causing them to have a headache. As a result, the 6 of them had to pay attention to their feet, and on the other hand, they had to be careful of the fierce beast's sneak attacks. Their speed was undoubtedly slower. To be able to travel 5 miles a day was already considered fast. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. Roughly calculating, Qin Feiyang had been in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring for more than 5 months, almost half a year. And on this day, his aura suddenly erupted, soaring straight to a 9-star war emperor. At the same time, he opened his eyes, and 2 bright rays of light burst out from his eyes. I finally broke through. Feeling the surging power in his body, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. But when he looked at Fatso beside him, he let out a long sigh, full of deep helplessness. Because Fatso had already broken through to the 9-star war emperor, and was making his final effort to break through to war master. But what about him? When he was in Yunju, he had already broken through to the 8-star war emperor. Later, he was imprisoned by the old man and cultivated in seclusion for 3 months. In addition to the 5 months in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, it took him a total of 8 months to break through to the 9-star war emperor. This speed, in the eyes of Wu Yang and the others, was already very amazing, but Qin Feiyang was very dissatisfied. But fortunately, he had finally broken through to the 9-star war emperor, and could open the 4th and 5th level of the Gate of Potential, making up for the gap in the past. And as long as these 2 levels were opened, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Fatso. With the help of Wolf King, Qin Feiyang smoothly opened the 4th and 5th level. He didn't go outside, but stayed in the ancient castle. Wu Yang and the others were envious. But they didn't know that Qin Feiyang was now taking the potential pill, and thought it was still the potential pill. Of course, this was deliberately done by Qin Feiyang. Because once the potential pill was exposed, it would definitely attract a lot of trouble. After successfully opening the 4th and 5th level, seeing that Dong Xingyang and the others outside could still handle it, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. Now, only by breaking through to War Master, would he have the capital to look down on the 9 states. There was also Ren Wushuang worth mentioning. She was originally talented, and with the top-grade battle chi pill that Qin Feiyang gave her, she also broke through to the 4-star War Emperor not long after Qin Feiyang broke through to the 9-star War Emperor. And the 9 songs yellow dragon pill that Qin Feiyang gave her was 5 pill veins, which was enough for her to break through to 5 small realms. Therefore, on the day she broke through to the 4-star War Emperor, she took the 9 songs yellow dragon pill and stepped into the 9-star War Emperor. Wolf King also immediately helped her open all the gates of potential, and her cultivation speed instantly soared, catching up to Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Another 2 months passed. On this day, Fatso finally stepped into the 1-star War Master. The pangolin also broke through to the 8-star War Emperor. Luo Chenxue, Lin Yi, and Lu Hong's cultivation had also made great progress. Qin Feiyang also faintly felt that it would take at most 2 months to step into the War Master. This made him sigh. The gate of potential really couldn't be faked. Opening one more layer, the effect was completely different. Everyone had been in the 9 nether yellow springs for more than 7 months. Qin Feiyang was ready to step into the War Master in one go. But on this day, Dong Zhengyang and the others outside encountered big trouble. A swamp lay in front of the 6 people, emitting a pungent stench. This swamp was countless times larger than the swamps they encountered in the past few months. They couldn't even find the edge. At a glance, it was all mud. The 6 people stopped at the edge, all frowning. In the swamp, it wasn't that there was no solid ground. Every 100 meters or dozens of meters, there was a mound of earth, leading to the deepest part of the swamp. These mounds were at most 3 or 4 meters, like a wilderness island in the sea. And on each mound, there were all kinds of tenacious shrubs and weeds, and even some trees as thick as an arm. However, although there was solid ground, they couldn't fly, so they could only watch. A moment later, Shun Mai retracted her gaze and looked at Shen Long and the others. She frowned and said, "What should we do now? There are only 2 ways. Either we take a detour or find a way to pass through those mounds." Dong Zhengyang said. Shen Long said, "The swamp is too big. If we take a detour, I'm afraid it will delay us a lot of time." Dongfang Wuhan nodded and said, "Indeed, but if we pass through those mounds, our situation will be very dangerous. Yes, it's already very difficult to climb up those mounds. If we encounter a sneak attack from a beast, I'm afraid we will really die here." Jiang Wei sighed, his face full of worry. Shun Mai said, "Qin Feiyang has many ideas. Why don't we let him come out with some ideas? There's no need. If we go to him for such a small matter, wouldn't it seem that we are too incompetent? For safety's sake, let's take a detour," Dong Zhengyang said. "All right." Shun Mai and the others nodded. Thus, the 6 of them walked along the edge of the swamp towards the south. This walk took 2 full days. But this swamp seemed to be endless, and there was no safe route. Damn it! What the hell is this place? After 2 full days of searching, the 6 of them were a little impatient. But in comparison, Dong Zhengyang was a little calmer. He scanned the swamp and turned his head to look at the jungle behind him. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "Do you feel that something is wrong?" "What's wrong?" The 5 of them were surprised. Before this, most of the swamps we passed through had beasts lurking. But here, in such a large swamp, why can't we see a single beast? Dong Zhengyang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shun Mai and the others couldn't help but frown. Murong Xiong said, "Could it be that there are no beasts in this swamp?" Dongfang Wuhan said, "If that's the case, then it's a great thing for us. Without beasts, they didn't have to worry about being sneak attacked by beasts. They could also find a way to use those mounds to cross this swamp." Dong Zhengyang said, "Let's go ahead and look. If we can't find a safe route, we'll think of another way." "Okay." Shun Mai and the others nodded. But even after searching until dark, they still didn't find anything. The 6 of them finally gave up and stopped on a large stone. They rested for the night and began to discuss countermeasures early the next morning. Finally, there was only one countermeasure that they came up with, which was to use trees to build a bridge between the 2 mounds. Building a bridge was a very simple matter for people with their cultivation base. However, they didn't act for a long time. They were all worried about whether there were any beasts in this swamp. Because once they entered the swamp, it would be difficult to turn back. If they encountered a beast, it would be a disaster. Phew. Finally, Dong Xingyang took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, we have to cross this swamp sooner or later. There's no need to hesitate. Let's start preparing." "That's true. I'll go look for the wood for the bridge. You guys go look around and try your luck. Murong Xiong, come with me to help." Chapter 600. When the two disappeared into the jungle, Shenlong frowned and said, "Two people are needed to find wood. Isn't it obvious? They must want to say something in private, and they don't want us to hear it." Dong Xingyang sneered. "En." Shenlong raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect them to still be so stubborn. Do you want me to follow them?" "No need." Dong Xingyang waved his hand and said, "As long as they are a fox, they will reveal their tail sooner or later. Let's go. We'll do as they wish and go ahead to take a look." The four got up one after another and slowly walked along the edge of the swamp. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong stopped beside a big tree. Murong Xiong turned around and glanced at the jungle behind him. Seeing that no one was following, he whispered, "This Qin Feiyang is really treacherous." "Why do you say so?" Dongfang Wuhan asked. "Think about it. He let us travel outside every day, but he himself is in seclusion in the castle, enjoying the fruits of others' labor. I think if this continues, I'm afraid his strength will surpass us." Murong Xiong coldly snorted. "His cultivation speed is indeed fast, but it's absolutely impossible to catch up with us in such a short time. However, we really can't let him continue his seclusion. I called you here to discuss with you how to lure him out of the castle," Dongfang Wuhan said. In fact, along the way, he had been looking for an opportunity. However, the fierce beasts they encountered along the way were not particularly strong. They could easily deal with them. If they still let Qin Feiyang out, it would obviously be unreasonable. After pondering for a moment, Murong Xiong's eyes lit up as he whispered, "I have a plan. If we're lucky, we might be able to kill one or two." "Say it." Dongfang Wuhan was slightly taken aback and immediately became interested. Murong Xiong whispered in Dongfang Wuhan's ear, and Dongfang Wuhan's eyes gradually lit up. Back to Dong Zhengyang's group of four. After walking for half an hour without finding anything, they turned back and returned to the place where they cultivated last night. This round trip took half an hour. Dongfang Wuhan and the other two were already waiting here. There was a log beside him that was more than 150 meters long. As for its thickness, even if several people were to join hands, they probably wouldn't be able to encircle it. "How is it?" Seeing the four return, Dongfang Wuhan asked with a smile. "Nothing." Dong Xingyang shook his head. "Looks like we can only cross this swamp. Fortunately, we were lucky. Murong Xiong and I found an ancient tree. I've measured this ancient tree. It's 152 meters long. According to my observations, the distance between each mound is no more than 130 meters. As long as there are no mishaps, there shouldn't be a problem to cross it." Dongfang Wuhan pointed at the ancient tree beside him and said with a smile. Dong Zhengyang looked at the ancient tree from the beginning to the end and nodded. "It is indeed enough, but I suggest that we cut this ancient tree into two." "Why? Isn't this good?" Dongfang Wuhan was puzzled. Murong Xiong nodded and said, "That's right, the whole tree is stronger than being cut in half, right? I suggest this for the sake of everyone's safety. Because if it's cut in half, both sides are flat. Walking on a flat surface is definitely safer than walking on a round trunk. As for its strength, we can't consider it at all. Such a thick ancient tree, let alone being cut in half, even if it's chopped into firewood, it's still not something you and I can break." After Dong Zhengyang finished speaking, he took out a battle sword from his chenkuan bag. With a wave of his hand, the sword Qi was like a rainbow. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the ancient tree was cut in half on the spot. But just as the ancient tree was cut in half, Dong Zhengyang and the other three suddenly frowned. The middle part of the ancient tree was hollow. "What's going on?" Dong Zhengyang suddenly raised his head and looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. His eyes were extremely sharp. One had to know. This was not a trivial matter. If they didn't cut the ancient tree now and didn't find that the trunk was hollow, then when they reached the bridge, as long as they used force, the trunk would be broken. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because the hollow position was in the middle, once it broke, everyone would fall into the center between the two mounds. At that time, both sides wouldn't touch the ground. Even if the gods descended to the mortal world, they wouldn't be able to save them. We don't know either. Facing the aggressive gazes of Dong Zhengyang and the other three, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong panicked. Shenlong said in a deep voice, "This tree was found by you, how could you not know?" Dongfang Wuhan said anxiously, "The tree was indeed found by us, but we really didn't know it was hollow inside, speaking of which." Dongfang Wuhan suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the four people. "Are you suspecting that Murong Xiong and I did something? Isn't it? Hollow the trunk, and when we pass by, you only need to do something to make us fall into the swamp and be beheaded. Originally, I was wondering why the two of you had objections when I proposed to cut the trunk in half. So it's because there's a mystery hidden in it. To be honest, I have always believed that you have sincerely repented this time, but I never thought that you still have the ambition of a wolf." Dong Zhengyang was furious, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Dongfang Wuhan's face was green and red. When Dong Zhengyang finished speaking, he angrily said, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Jiang Wei shouted, "The facts are right in front of us, and this is still called wanting to condemn someone? All right. Since you say so, then let's talk about the facts. If Murong Xiong and I want to hollow out the heart of the tree, do we have to break the bark first?" Dongfang Wuhan said. "That's right." The four nodded. Dongfang Wuhan said, "Then take a closer look. Is there any trace of the bark in the hollow area?" The four of them looked closer and raised their eyebrows. The bark was actually intact. They also found that the hollow area seemed to have been gnawed by ants. It was incomplete and the traces looked very old. Moreover, after careful observation, the middle of the trunk was hollow, but it was very small and inconspicuous. They didn't see it before. Discovering this, Dong Zhengyang and the other three looked at each other. It seemed that they had wrongly blamed Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Wei. In the swamp, there were many insects such as ants, and this tree heart should be the cause of the insect damage. Dongfang Wuhan smiled coldly and said, "Now, what else do you have to say?" Dong Zhengyang frowned, cupped his hands and said, "I'm sorry, I was careless and misunderstood you." Alas. Dongfang Wuhan sighed deeply and said, "I don't mean to blame anyone. I just want to say that we are from the same sect and partners, so we should trust each other more." Jiang Wei coldly snorted and said, "If you hadn't left us behind and escaped alone, would we be so worried now? In the end, it is indeed our fault. But now, we have already repented, so why are we still holding on to it? Is this good for everyone?" Dongfang Wuhan said with melancholy. Shenlong said, "All right, this matter is over. Let's go find another ancient tree." Murong Xiong said with dissatisfaction, "You guys go this time, lest you say that we did something." The four of them looked at each other and turned to walk into the jungle. As soon as the four of them left, Murong Xiong's face sank and said angrily, "This Dong Zhengyang really deserves to die." Dongfang Wuhan said, "Lower your voice, don't let them hear you." Murong Xiong looked at the jungle where Dong Zhengyang and the other three had disappeared and said secretly, "What do we do now?" "Wait and see." Dongfang Wuhan said secretly and then turned to look at the endless swamp, his eyes flickering. This matter was actually not that simple. Even though they weren't the ones who emptied the tree's core, they had done it on purpose. In other words, this ancient tree was deliberately found by Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Wei. Their purpose was the same as Dong Zhengyang's guess. When the bridge was built and they passed by it, the ancient tree would be broken with a little trick. At that time, even if they couldn't kill Dong Zhengyang and the other three, they could at least kill one or two. At the same time, they could also lure Qin Feiyang out. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, they hadn't expected that Dong Zhengyang would cut the ancient tree in half, killing their plan before it was even born. It would be a lie to say that they weren't angry. But facing Dong Xingyang and the other three, they could only endure it. After a while, the four of them walked out of the jungle. Dong Zhengyang carried a thick ancient tree on his shoulder, similar to the ancient tree that Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Wei had found. Bang! Coming to the edge of the swamp, Dong Zhengyang put down the ancient tree and then took out his sword and cut it in half. There were also some hollow parts and some white ants, but it wasn't serious. Then, Dong Zhengyang picked up the ancient tree and stood up, then slowly put it down towards the nearest mound in the swamp. Bang! Accompanied by a weak sound, the other end of the ancient tree gently fell on the mound, and the bridge was completed. Dong Xingyang got up and wiped his sweat. Looking at the bridge, he turned to look at Shen Mai and the other four, and said in a deep voice, "Are you all ready? As long as they set foot on this bridge, there would be no turning back." The five of them took a deep breath and nodded to Dong Zhengyang. "Then let's go." Dong Zhengyang waved his hand and took the lead, walking on the bridge towards the mound on the opposite side. Shen Mai and the other four followed closely behind him. From beginning to end, the eyes of the 6 people were locked on the swamp under the bridge. If there was the slightest movement, they would immediately be on alert. They didn't know if it was because they were lucky or because there were really no fierce beasts in the swamp. After about 100 breaths, they climbed up the first mound without any danger. The mound was covered with shrubs and weeds. The soil was a little soft, but they could still stand on it. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After careful inspection and confirming that there was no danger here, they looked for the next foothold. Shen Mai said, "Look, the small mound on the left is about 130 meters away from us. This ancient tree is just enough." "Okay, let's go there." Dong Zhengyang nodded, picked up the ancient tree again, and quickly built the bridge. On the way, they still didn't encounter any danger. Next. Chapter 601. Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, "According to the current situation, we only need to spend some time and effort to pass through this swamp." Dong Zhengyang glanced at him, looked at the quagmire in front of them, and said with a serious face, "There is no danger now, but it doesn't mean that there is no danger later. We must not take it lightly." Several people nodded. The group once again stepped on the bridge and walked towards the next mound. Time was like sand between fingers. The day passed quickly, and night fell. On this day, the 6 people crossed more than 100 mounds in a row, but they still could not see the end of the swamp. But fortunately, there was not a single beast on the way. Because of this, they all relaxed a lot. Even Dong Zhengyang was not as cautious as he was at first. They did not encounter any beasts all day, which was enough to show that there were indeed no beasts in the swamp. At this moment, the mound they were on was more than 10 feet in diameter, overgrown with weeds and flying insects everywhere. But these were just ordinary flying insects, which did not pose the slightest threat to the 6 people. Dong Zhengyang looked up at the blood moon in the sky and said, "We don't know how big this swamp is. I suggest that we rest here for the night." The others naturally had no objection. First, because this whole day of rushing made them feel a little tired. Second, because the void of the death swamp was still filled with blood mist, and the blood moon's brilliance was not very bright. The visibility at night was almost only 10 meters. Therefore, it was the wisest choice to rest here. After a little discussion about tomorrow's matters, the 6 people sat cross-legged together and closed their eyes to rest. The swamp at night was as silent as death. Occasionally, the cries of insects would ring out, making the atmosphere even weirder. Gurgle. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out in the swamp. The location of the sound was 100 meters away from the mound where Dong Zhengyang and the others were. On the surface of the swamp, there were bubbles the size of a baby's fist. Moreover, those bubbles were still moving. The direction of movement was the mound where Dong Zhengyang and the others were. Moreover, after a few breaths, bubbles also rose from the swamp in the other 3 directions. If one looked carefully, they would find that the mud was still slightly turbulent, as if something was swimming inside. The distance was getting closer and closer. When the bubbles appeared about 30 meters away from him, Dong Zhengyang suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with bewilderment. What was that sound? He stood up and looked around. When he heard the gurgling sound, he became nervous. On guard. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted. Shenlong and the others immediately opened their eyes. Shunmai transmitted her voice. What happened? Listen carefully, Dong Zhengyang said. The 5 of them calmed down and listened for a while. Then, they stood up together and stood back to back, looking at the swamp in all directions in surprise. 5 or 6 breaths passed. The bubbles finally entered their line of sight. But these 5 or 6 breaths felt as long as 5 or 6 centuries. When they saw the bubbles emerging from the bottom of the swamp, their expressions changed. Because it was already very obvious that there were ferocious beasts under the swamp. Dong Zhengyang shouted, quickly protect that ancient tree. That ancient tree was still between the 2 mounds. If it was destroyed by the ferocious beasts, they would probably be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Because, on the mound where they were now, there were only weeds and not even a small sapling. If the ancient tree was destroyed, there would be nothing for them to build a bridge, and naturally, they would not be able to leave this place. Hearing Dong Zhengyang's shout, Jiang Wei immediately went forward and hugged the ancient tree with both hands. With a low shout, he quickly stood up. Dong. But at this moment, a pitch-black giant tail rushed out of the quagmire and blasted towards the ancient tree like lightning. For a moment, the place was filled with strong winds and mud. Not good. Dong Zhengyang's expression changed. The ferocious beasts in the swamp were too cunning. The first thing they thought of was to cut off their escape route. Without any delay, Dong Zhengyang immediately activated his fighting soul. Crash! An iron chain as thick as an arm broke through the air, emitting a black light. Like a giant python, it quickly wrapped around the giant tail. Freeze! Following closely, Dong Zhengyang shouted in a low voice, and the giant tail was immediately frozen in the void. Jiang Wei also took the opportunity to carry Ji Yu Mu and retreat to the side of the others. At the same time, his battle aura formed a boundary to protect Ji Yu Mu. I want to see what is causing trouble, Shenlong. Ji Yu Mu was safe and sound. Dong Zhengyang also heaved a sigh of relief, but his eyes immediately became extremely sharp as he shouted coldly at Shenlong. Shenlong waved his hand, and a golden battle aura shot up into the sky and shone in all directions. This place suddenly became as bright as day. At this moment, they also saw the giant tail that was frozen in place. The giant tail was as thick as a bucket and covered with dark scales. Shunmai shouted, "It's the tail of a ferocious crocodile." Roar. Dong. But before she finished speaking, a series of roars exploded in the surrounding swamps. Then, the swamps were in an uproar. One by one, the ferocious crocodiles rushed out of the mud and rushed towards the mound where Dong Zhengyang and the others were. The 6 of them took a look, and their faces instantly turned pale. These ferocious crocodiles had the body of a crocodile, but their heads were like that of a dragon. They looked extremely ferocious. Their bodies were covered with black scales, and they had a hard texture. And there were no less than 100 of them. The aura they emitted was basically at the level of a 9-star combat emperor. In fact, Dong Zhengyang and the others did not care about the cultivation of these ferocious crocodiles. The only thing that scared them was that there were too many of these ferocious crocodiles. If they destroyed the mound under their feet in the process of fighting, then they would lose their foothold. At that time, they would definitely be buried in this swamp. Dong Zhengyang shouted, "Jiang Wei, you are responsible for protecting this place and Ji Yu Mu. The rest of you, follow me and attack. We must kill them all before they get close." Boom. After he finished speaking, 5 powerful auras suddenly exploded. Moreover, the 5 of them attacked with battle arts, and their killing intent soared to the heavens. Whoosh. The 5 battle arts blasted into the group of crocodiles, and a terrifying wave of air suddenly surged in all directions. Here, mud rose up hundreds of feet, covering the sky and the moon. Jiang Wei's pupils contracted, and he immediately mobilized his battle aura to cover the surface of the mound, blocking the impact of the wave of air. But those ferocious crocodiles were not so lucky. More than 30 ferocious crocodiles were instantly split into 4 or 5 pieces. Blood dyed the surroundings red, and painful wails resounded through the sky. The other ferocious crocodiles were also sent flying, riddled with wounds. Again, Dong Xingyang shouted coldly. In order to survive, the 5 of them did not hold back. In the blink of an eye, the 5 battle arts evolved again and blasted towards the ferocious crocodiles that were sent flying. In less than 3 breaths, more than 20 ferocious crocodiles' blood splattered on the spot. Including the first wave, half of them had already been killed. Roar. The remaining half of the ferocious crocodiles that were still alive floated in the mud 100 meters away, roaring at Dong Xingyang and the others. Their bell-like fierce eyes were filled with resentment and ferocity. Dong Xingyang's gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the group of crocodiles, and shouted, "If you want to live, hurry up and scram." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of crocodiles dove into the mud and disappeared. The 6 of them were stunned. They really left? Shenlong looked at Dong Xingyang and teased, "It seems that they were shocked by your demonic might." Demonic might? Dong Xingyang shook his head with a wry smile and said, "No matter what, we're finally safe now." Rumble. However, before the 6 of them could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground under their feet suddenly shook. What's the situation? The 6 of them were bewildered. Not good. They want to destroy this place. Shun Mai shouted in shock and anger. What? Everyone was aghast. These damn beasts, aren't they too smart? Shenlong, you illuminate a little more. Jiang Wei, quickly find a place to rest. Murong Xiong shouted anxiously. In this short period of time, the ground under their feet had already cracked. Seeing this, how could Shenlong and Jiang Wei dare to hesitate? Shenlong waved his hand, and the golden battle chi surged into the sky like a tide, condensing into a golden sun. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, it became incomparably bright. Jiang Wei also immediately turned around and scanned the front, his gaze instantly locking onto a mound 100 meters away. That mound was more than 200 feet in size, full of weeds and shrubs. Immediately, Jiang Wei adjusted his position and put down the ancient tree. When the other end of the ancient tree landed on the mound, Dong Xingyang shouted, "Quickly go over, but you must protect the ancient tree, because this is our only way out now." Understood. Shun Mai and the others nodded, jumped onto the ancient tree, and used auxiliary battle arts to speed towards the opposite side. At this time, no one dared to hide anymore. But just as they were about to reach the shore, a group of fierce crocodiles rushed out, and there were more than 10 of them. But their target was not Shun Mai and the others, but the ancient tree under their feet. "You guys go up quickly, I'll cover the rear," Dong Xingyang shouted. Both of his hands stretched out at the same time, and his battle chi burst out, turning into more than 10 strands, like more than 10 arrows, cutting through the sky like lightning, piercing through the glabella of the dozen fierce crocodiles. Roar. Accompanied by a series of wails, more than 10 fierce crocodiles died on the spot, and their huge bodies fell into the swamp. However, 3 of the fierce crocodiles smashed towards the ancient tree. Dong Xingyang, quickly, their weight is enough to break the ancient tree. Shun Mai and the others jumped onto the mound, and when they turned around and saw this scene, their expressions changed. More importantly, Dong Xingyang was still running on the ancient tree. Once it broke, he would definitely fall into the swamp. At that time, even if he was a combat master, he would only be eaten by those fierce crocodiles, because in the swamp, he had no power to resist. Shun Mai and Shenlong wanted to jump up again to prevent this tragedy from happening. But at this time, Murong Xiong shouted, "Don't go, I have a way." Then, he bent down and hugged the ancient tree tightly with both hands, shouting, "Dong Xingyang, hold on tight, don't be thrown out." Dong Xingyang was stunned. But before Dong Xingyang could figure out the situation, Murong Xiong shouted, picked up the ancient tree, and threw it to the side. The moment the ancient tree was moved, the corpses of the 3 fierce crocodiles crashed into the swamp, splashing mud several feet high. Then, they were mercilessly swallowed by the swamp. Jiyu Mu was finally saved, but Dong Xingyang was caught off guard, and he was almost thrown out. Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly jumped down. His 10 fingers were like iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the tree trunk, saving his life. But the danger was not over yet. Dong. Chapter 602. Are you done yet? Dong Xingyang was enraged. Boom. Although he was holding the ancient tree with both hands and couldn't fight back, people at his level had many tricks up their sleeves. A majestic battle chi emerged and turned into a black torrent that swept across the sky and blasted towards the 5 crocodiles. Dong Zhengyang was a 1-star battle ancestor, and the 5 crocodiles were only 9-star combat emperors. Even if he didn't use any battle arts, he could still easily kill them. Roar! 5 whales sounded almost at the same time, and the 5 crocodiles' blood splattered across the sky. Then, Dong Zhengyang loosened his hands, got up, and ran wildly on the ancient tree. In a few blinks of an eye, he ran to the other side of the ancient tree, then jumped down and landed in front of Shun Mai and the others, his face full of fear. Murong Xiong immediately erected the ancient tree and carefully protected it with battle chi. Dong Zhengyang exhaled, turned to look at Murong Xiong and said, "Thank you for just now. No need to thank me, as long as you don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure." Murong Xiong snorted, but he was extremely angry in his heart. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to throw Dong Zhengyang away. At that time, Dong Zhengyang would fall into the swamp and become food for those crocodiles. For this reason, when he threw the ancient tree, he used all his strength. But he didn't expect that Dong Zhengyang's reaction would be so fast. He instantly fell down and hugged the ancient tree tightly. Seeing what Murong Xiong was thinking, Dongfang Wuhan secretly said, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Murong Xiong replied. At the same time, hearing Murong Xiong's words, Dong Zhengyang was a little angry. He was still called a villain. Compared to some two-faced people, he was much better, right? However, right now, he wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with Murong Xiong. He glanced at the swamp in front of him and said in a deep voice, "We can't stay here for long, we must hurry through the night." Dongfang Wuhan raised his eyebrows and immediately said, "We can't go any further." "What do you mean?" Dong Zhengyang asked. At first, we all thought that there were no ferocious beasts in this swamp and that it was very safe. However, the truth is the exact opposite. There are too many ferocious beasts here to win. Now, I can't help but suspect that there might be even more ferocious beasts in the depths of the swamp. If we continue to go deeper, we might all be wiped out. Dongfang Wuhan said. Dong Zhengyang asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" Dongfang Wuhan said, "Let's get out of the swamp and find a safe route before we go too deep." "What if there is no safe route?" "What I mean is, if we have to pass through this swamp, then going back now is equivalent to wasting time," Dong Zhengyang said. Dongfang Wuhan fell silent. Shun Mai and the others also remained silent. In fact, they were more inclined towards Dong Zhengyang. They would withdraw from the swamp and continue to look for a safe route. However, they could not ignore Dong Zhengyang's concerns. Roar! Suddenly, an exceptionally loud and clear roar rang out. The 6 of them were shocked and looked towards the source of the sound. Immediately, they saw a ferocious crocodile emerge from the swamp more than 200 meters away. This ferocious crocodile was more than 30 meters long, and its huge pupils were filled with an astonishing ferocious light. Its aura was even stronger than the previous crocodiles, and behind it, there were hundreds of ferocious crocodiles. There are still so many. So the crocodiles that appeared before were only a small part of the crocodile group. The 6 of them were about to go crazy. The most important thing was that the aura of the 30-meter-long crocodile was not any weaker than theirs. Without a doubt, it was definitely the Crocodile King, and it had the cultivation of a war master. "What should we do?" Shun Meihua's face turned pale. Although she had already broken through to the war master, she was still a woman after all. Seeing the ferocious crocodile group, especially in such a desperate situation, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid. And the most important point: these ferocious crocodiles had blocked their path of retreat. If they didn't want to fight with them, then they could only move forward. With our strength, it's not difficult to deal with them. But now, whether it's the right time or the right place, we don't have the slightest advantage. We definitely can't fight them head-on, Dong Zhengyang said in a deep voice. Dongfang Wuhan said, "Looks like we can only brace ourselves and continue forward." Murong Xiong, quickly build a bridge. Although he suggested retreating, he still had to look at the situation. And in the current situation, retreating was obviously too risky. Hearing Dongfang Wuhan's shout, Murongxiong immediately looked for the next place to stay. Roar. But at the same time, the Crocodile King roared, and the group of crocodiles behind him immediately became ferocious, rushing towards the 6 of them. Wherever they passed, huge waves would surge, and their momentum was terrifying. Dong Zhengyang said, "Quickly drag them out and buy time for Murongxiong." Dongfang Wuhan, Shen Mai, Shen Long, Jiang Wei, including Dong Zhengyang himself, attacked at the same time. Streaks of resplendent battle chi broke out from their bodies. In this place, waves of destructive aura crazily spread out. Kill. The 5 of them roared angrily. Their battle chi traversed the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the world as they charged towards the group of crocodiles. Roar. However, the Crocodile King roared and actually brought the group of crocodiles into the swamp. Boom. The battle chi blasted into the swamp, causing mud to fly all over the sky, but it did not injure a single crocodile. Shunmai said, "These beasts are too cunning. Although they are ferocious beasts, at this level of cultivation, their intelligence will not be lower than ours." Dongfang Wuhan's face was gloomy. Without turning his head, he asked, "Murongxiong, are you done?" Immediately, Murongxiong replied. At this moment, he was also sweating profusely. His eyes were firmly locked on a small mound 100 meters in front of him. He held Jiyu Mu with both hands and gently put it down. Bang! When the other end of Jiyu Mu landed on the mound, Murongxiong said, "Let's go." The 6 of them turned around without hesitation, stepped onto the bridge, and rushed towards the opposite side. As soon as they reached the shore, the mound they were standing on previously was torn apart with a bang. Obviously, it was done by the Crocodile King. Dong Zhengyang shouted, "Continue." Murongxiong did not dare to hesitate. He quickly carried Jiyu Mu and began to look for the next landing spot. Next, they passed through more than a dozen mounds in a row. It was a daunting experience without any danger. However, the Crocodile King led the group of crocodiles to follow them. Strange. They have such a good advantage. Why haven't they caught up with us yet? Shunmai suddenly said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They had been running for their lives. If not for Shunmai's reminder, they would not have noticed this abnormality. But why was this? The vicious crocodiles were like fish in water in the swamp. Their movements were not hindered at all. Since they were looking for a landing spot and had to build a bridge, their speed was greatly affected. Logically speaking, with their speed, they should have caught up with them long ago. But why were they still behind them? Could it be? Shenlong seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically. Murongxiong said angrily, "Just say what you have thought of. Don't keep us guessing, okay?" Didn't he know that it was annoying to keep them guessing at this time? "I think they're trying to drag it out with us. Once we're exhausted, they'll be able to devour us effortlessly," Shenlong said. The 5 of them trembled. Needless to say, that might be the case. "Let me try." Dong Zhengyang gritted his teeth and took Jiyu Mu from Murongxiong. He turned around and scanned the direction they came from. Finally, his gaze locked onto a mound about a dozen feet in size more than 50 meters away. Next, he slowly put down Jiyu Mu and pretended to retreat. But before he put it down, the king crocodile raised its huge tail and slapped Jiyu Mu. Seeing this, Dong Zhengyang immediately erected Jiyu Mu. Hitting nothing, the vicious crocodile did not continue to pursue. It directly retracted its huge tail and lurked in the swamp. Shenlong laughed. "Obviously, it won't let us retreat. It also confirms my guess." "You can still laugh?" Murongxiong looked at Shenlong and could not help but frown, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Why can't I laugh?" Shenlong asked. Murongxiong's brows knitted together. The current situation was so dangerous, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Was this person's brain kicked by a donkey? But at the same time, he could not help but try to figure out why Shenlong was laughing. Dong Zhengyang and the others were also secretly thinking. Suddenly, Dong Zhengyang's eyes lit up, and a smile crept onto his face. "We can indeed laugh," Murongxiong said angrily. "Can you explain it clearly?" Dong Zhengyang looked at the group of crocodiles and said, even if the environment here is a few times worse, they can't outlast us. Why can't they outlast us? Murong Xiong frowned. The essence qi here was thin, and the battle qi would be exhausted sooner or later. Without battle qi, no matter how high one's cultivation was, it would be in vain. At that time, wouldn't it still be a dead end? Dong Zhengyang laughed, because we have Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang can now refine pills with 4 elixir patterns. As long as we have enough medicinal materials, it doesn't matter if we wait until next year. That's exactly what I was thinking. Shenlong nodded and smiled. Qin Feiyang. Hearing this name, Murong Xiong's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had long wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. Now that he heard that he had to rely on Qin Feiyang to survive, he suddenly found it hard to accept. But it was undeniable that it seemed that he could only rely on this person to survive this calamity. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan's eyes flickered as he laughed, then hurry up and let junior brother Qin out. Originally, he was still worried about how to lure Qin Feiyang out of the ancient castle. He didn't expect that success would come so naturally. He didn't even need to think about it. Dong Zhengyang glanced at the few of them and said with a faint smile, I see that everyone is in good spirits, so let's not disturb his closed-door cultivation for the time being. Moreover, we already have a lot of pills on us, so let's use them first. All right. Dongfang Wuhan nodded. However, in his heart, he was getting angrier and angrier at Dong Zhengyang. This was not the first time that Dong Zhengyang had ruined his plans. He secretly swore that he would find an opportunity to kill this person first. The 6 of them continued forward. Time passed day by day. Fortunately, other than the fierce crocodiles, they did not encounter any other fierce beasts, nor did they encounter anyone from the other 8 provinces. Unfortunately, the group of crocodiles followed behind them the entire time, without any intention of giving up. Moreover, there were many fierce crocodiles joining in midway. Among them, there were even 5 War Master-level crocodile kings. Including the first one, there were 6 crocodile kings. Their overall strength was not inferior to Dong Zhengyang's group of 6. As for the War Emperor-level crocodiles, there were even 500 of them. They were eyeing them covetously all day long. They didn't even allow the 6 of them to rest. As long as the 6 of them stopped to recuperate, the group of crocodiles would attack. They didn't attack them, but attacked the footholds under their feet, forcing them to continue forward. Chapter 603. Unknowingly, a month passed. On this day, Dong Zhengyang's group of 6 climbed onto a mound with a diameter of about 300 feet. Actually, it could be considered a small island. Motherfucker, when is this going to end? Murong Xiong turned his head to look at the group of crocodiles behind him and couldn't help but curse loudly. Dong Zhengyang and the others were also covered in dirt, and their expressions were very ugly. Although they had pills to replenish their battle qi and stamina, they had been on the road for a month, and they were even forced to do so. Their hearts and minds were undoubtedly suffering. Therefore, they were in a very bad mood right now. In his heart, he had accumulated an endless amount of anger that could explode at any time. Roar. At this moment, the 6 crocodile kings in the lead roared in unison, their eyes filled with ferocity. Murong Xiong's veins popped out as he roared, Fuck, you're urging us to leave again. I can't take it anymore, who will accompany me to kill them? However, no one answered. Shenlong and Jiang Wei were even more concerned with building bridges. What a joke. 6 War Master Realm Crocodile Kings, more than 500 War Emperor Realm Fierce Crocodile Kings, plus the fact that they were in the swamp, running to fight them was simply courting death. You are all kings of the inner palace, but now, all of you are as timid as mice. I truly feel sorry for you. Murong Xiong sneered. Shut up. Do you know what the situation is now? With their current lineup, killing us is as easy as flipping their hands. So now, not only can we not make a move, we also have to pray to the heavens that they will not take the initiative to attack us. Dongfang Wuhan shouted angrily, his face ashen. Murong Xiong raised his eyebrows, but he did not say anything else. To be honest, if he really had to go, he wouldn't dare. The reason why he was so irritable was because he had been holding it in for the past month and wanted to vent his anger. At this moment, Shenlong said, "The bridge is ready, let's go." The group once again embarked on their journey. Dong Zhengyang walked at the back and asked, "How many battle chi pills do you have left?" "I'm out." "Me too." Shun Mai and Shenlong said one after another. "I still have a dozen left." Jiang Wei followed. "We don't have much left either." Dongfang Wuhan said. Dong Zhengyang looked at Dongfang Wuhan and said with a frown, "In any case, you are the #1 alchemist in the inner hall. Why didn't you prepare more before setting off? How would I know that the 9 Nether Yellow Springs is so cruel? Besides, I'm no longer qualified to be called the #1 alchemist." Dongfang Wuhan mocked himself. Before Qin Feiyang showed up, he thought that no one in the spiritual state could match his talent in alchemy. But as soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, his brilliance was immediately overshadowed. This was also the main reason why he wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. However, in fact, he still had many battle chi pills on him, but in order to force Qin Feiyang to come out of seclusion, he had concealed them. Of course, Dong Zhengyang did not know about this. Once they reached the next stop, he would have Shunmai call Qin Feiyang out of closed-door cultivation. At this point, Shunmai naturally had no objections. She took out the wrapped clothes from her Qiankuan bag and said, "Qin Feiyang, quickly come out." Poochie. Before she finished her words, the clothes were torn apart, and Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the 6 people. "Why are they here?" As soon as he appeared, he sensed the aura of those fierce crocodiles. When he looked in the direction, he saw the group of fierce crocodiles, and his expression suddenly changed. "You know them?" Dong Zhengyang and the others were stunned and then looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Although they had been in contact with these fierce crocodiles for more than a month, they still could not tell what kind of crocodiles they were. "These are dragon crocodiles. They are ferocious and cunning. Moreover, they are extremely strong and their defense is extremely amazing. Few people in the same realm are their opponents. How did you meet them? Why didn't they kill you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 6 people suspiciously. The Qiankuan bag could be soundproof, so Qin Feiyang knew nothing about what had happened during this period. "It's like this," Shun Mai was about to explain to Qin Feiyang. Roar. But at this moment, the 6 king crocodiles began to roar fiercely again. "Bastard, I'll kill you all sooner or later," Murong Xiong said fiercely and helped Shenlong and Jiang Wei build the bridge. Shun Mai looked at the group of crocodiles, and her eyes were full of anger. She said to Qin Feiyang, "Let's talk as we walk." Qin Feiyang nodded and stepped on the bridge with a stomach full of doubts. On the way, Shun Mai told Qin Feiyang in detail what had happened during this period of time. "So that's the case." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. But then, he frowned again. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Shun Mai asked. "As far as I know, dragon crocodiles are very selfish. As long as they encounter prey, they will rush to pounce on it. Now the 6 king crocodiles are chasing you together, which is completely inconsistent with their character. Moreover, with their current lineup, they can easily get rid of us, but they haven't made a move yet. I feel that it's not normal," Qin Feiyang said, thinking. After hearing these words, Dong Zhengyang and the other 5 looked at each other and couldn't help but feel nervous. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang asked, "Have you encountered any other ferocious beasts here?" "No." Shun Mai shook her head. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "It seems that this matter is not far from the truth." "What's the matter?" The 6 of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Although dragon crocodiles are selfish, they are very loyal to their king. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid there are more powerful dragon crocodiles in the depth." "What?" The 6 of them were shocked. Dong Zhengyang said, "You mean, their purpose is not to consume us, but to offer us to their king?" When they encountered prey, the 6 king crocodiles didn't fight for it. Instead, they were united. Only this explanation makes sense. Qin Feiyang said. "Damn it." The 6 of them looked gloomy. Shun Mai asked, "Then what should we do now?" "Kill. Only by killing them and entering the king crocodile's territory, we have hope to survive. On the other hand, if we don't kill them now, We won't have any chance of winning when they meet up with the king crocodile. And none of us know if there are other king crocodile ahead. It's best if there are none, but if there are, it will be more troublesome. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. This matter was not a joke. They must eliminate all the hidden dangers before encountering the king crocodile. However, his suggestion didn't get the approval of Dong Zhengyang and the others. I know your concerns. Fighting with them in the swamp, not only will you not have any advantage, you may even lose your life. But I want to tell you, this is the only way. Qin Feiyang said. I have been tolerating them for a long time. I'll listen to you. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Murong Xiong was the first to nod. Dong Zhengyang glanced at Murong Xiong and looked at Qin Feiyang. Are you confident? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. In such an environment, no matter who it was, they wouldn't dare to say that they had full confidence. Dong Zhengyang's heart sank. This was really a difficult choice. Suddenly, Dongfang Wuhan said, in fact, I don't object to fighting with them. But the king crocodile you mentioned is purely a guess. What if there isn't one before? Then wouldn't it be stupid for us to do this now? Indeed. But you have to know, even if there is no king crocodile, they won't let us leave this swamp alive. It's only a matter of time before we fight. Of course, it's not as difficult to deal with them as you think. As long as you are willing to listen to my arrangements, I can minimize the danger. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The 6 of them were refreshed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, if you don't want to live, then I can't do anything. The 6 of them couldn't help laughing. In this world, there was probably no one who wanted to die. Dong Zhengyang laughed. You arrange it. Qin Feiyang's face turned solemn, and said, Shen Long, Shen Mai, you are responsible for protecting this piece of wood and the island. At the same time, find a way out. As long as I open my mouth, immediately build a bridge. Whether or not everyone can survive depends on you. Don't panic. The 2 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at Dong Zhengyang, Jiang Wei, Dongfang Wuhan, and Murong Xiong, and said, you guys are responsible for killing, don't think about anything else. All right. The 4 of them replied. Qin Feiyang said, when we enter the next foothold, we will make our move. Wait. Dongfang Wuhan frowned, and said, you've arranged everything for us, then what are you going to do? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, what can I do with my little cultivation? Of course, I'm only responsible for commanding. The 6 of them were stunned, and then their faces couldn't help but twitch. He clearly had the strength of a war master, but he still pretended to be weak. Wasn't that too hypocritical? 10 breaths later, the 7 of them jumped onto a small island. This small island had a diameter of more than 500 feet. It could be considered the largest island they had encountered along the way. Qin Feiyang glanced at the small island, then turned to look at the group of crocodiles. His eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp, and he said, begin. As soon as he finished, Shenlong erected the ancient tree and activated his battle chi to protect the ancient tree and the small island. Then, he and Shen Mai searched for the next small island. Shua. At the same time, Dong Zhengyang and the other 3 took a step forward and stood at the edge of the small island. They coldly stared at the group of crocodiles, their bodies surrounded by killing intent. As for the 6 crocodile kings, when they saw the 7 of them stop on the small island, they immediately roared angrily. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, use your battle arts and kill them with all your might. Moreover, you have to be fast. If you're slow and wait for them to hide under the swamp, then no matter how powerful your killing move is, you won't be able to kill them. The 4 of them nodded. Their auras erupted, and with a wave of their hands, their battle chi surged out. God's Devil Seal, Hurricane Slash, Barbarian Bull Strike, Arrow of the Breaking Sun. In half a blink of an eye, the 4 great battle arts were unleashed. A terrifying aura swept across the sky above the swamp. The mud churned and set off monstrous waves. Seeing that, the 6 crocodile kings also revealed a ferocious expression, including the 500+ dragon crocodiles behind them. Roar. Suddenly, one of the crocodile kings roared and quickly dived into the swamp, disappearing without a trace. The other 5 crocodile kings and dragon crocodiles also dived down. As expected, you want to hide below. Qin Feiyang muttered, waved his hand fiercely, and said, "Kill." Chapter 604. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a huge crater appeared and mud flew everywhere. At the same time, it was unknown how many dragon crocodiles were killed, and their blood dyed the ground red. "How many did you kill? Did you kill the crocodile king?" Dong Zhengyang and the others stared nervously at the swamp. Boom. But suddenly, the island beneath their feet began to tremble violently. "Damn it." Dong Zhengyang's expression changed, and said to Qin Feiyang, "They are below again, attacking the foundation of the island." "Don't panic." Qin Feiyang appeared to be very calm as he turned to Shun Mai and Shun Long and nodded. The two of them had already found the next foothold. Upon receiving Qin Feiyang's signal, they immediately put down the ancient tree. Dong. But at the same time as the ancient tree was put down, more than a dozen dragon crocodiles rushed out of the swamp, opened their bloody mouths, revealing terrifying fangs, and pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the others. These dragon crocodiles all had the strength of a 9-star war emperor. Qin Feiyang hurriedly glanced and said, "Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, you guys cover the rear. The rest of you retreat first." "We cover the rear." The two of them raised their eyebrows. With so many people, why should they cover the rear? Wasn't this putting them in danger? Although they were dissatisfied, they did not express it. They activated their battle chi and charged towards the dragon crocodiles. Dong Zhengyang, Jiang Wei, the Shen siblings, and Qin Feiyang did not pay attention to the two of them. They quickly stepped onto the bridge and ran towards the opposite island. Roar. When Qin Feiyang and the others ran to the middle of the bridge, Dongfang Wuhan and Jiang Wei had also killed the dragon crocodiles. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the two of them and said, "Hurry up and follow me." After saying that, he followed behind Dong Zhengyang and the others and continued to run towards the opposite side. Roar. But at this time, 3 ferocious crocodiles rushed out from the swamp under the bridge. They opened their wide mouths and bit towards the ancient tree under Qin Feiyang's feet. They also had the strength of a 9-star war emperor. Not good. Dong Zhengyang and the others' expressions changed. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't look back. I'll handle it. The ultimate." As he spoke, he raised his arm and tapped the air with his index finger. 3 invisible beams of energy shot out and entered the glabella of the 3 alligators. Roar. The 3 alligators immediately screamed. Next, the huge body instantly exploded and turned into a mist of blood. This scene was clearly seen by Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, who were behind him, and their pupils immediately shrank. One had to know that not long ago, Qin Feiyang had personally said that these draconic crocodiles had astonishing defenses and were rarely a match for them in the same realm. But now, Qin Feiyang only stretched out his index finger and casually pointed, and easily killed 3 dragon crocodiles. This person's battle prowess was indeed not to be underestimated. Most importantly, he had only been in seclusion for a few months and he had already broken through to the 9-star combat emperor. If this continued, he would probably catch up to them and even surpass them. At that time, it would be a fool's dream to kill him. Therefore, he had to get rid of this person before he suddenly became a war sect. The two of them looked at each other and a wisp of killing intent appeared in their eyes, but it was quickly concealed. At this time, Dong Zhengyang and the others finally landed on the island. Looking back, they saw that Qin Feiyang had already dealt with the 3 alligators and was unscathed. They couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang once again took a step forward and ran towards them. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong didn't dare to stay on the bridge for a moment longer. Roar. However, Qin Feiyang had only run a few meters when 2 30-meter-long dragon crocodiles suddenly jumped out of the swamp. They were 2 crocodile kings. "Be careful," Shun Mai reminded, her face couldn't help but turn pale. Because the target of the 2 crocodile kings was Qin Feiyang. "Don't worry about me, quickly find the next landing spot," Qin Feiyang shouted as he glanced at the 2 crocodile kings. His eyes were rapidly changing. "Do you think your lives are too long?" He laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, 2 ribs appeared out of thin air. The surface of the ribs had a hazy luster. Then, he grabbed one in each hand. When the 2 crocodile kings approached, he suddenly attacked and smashed them on their heads. Bang! Ayo! The 2 crocodile kings suddenly howled and their huge heads exploded on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. What? Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were dumbfounded. Killing 2 crocodile kings with one blow. What kind of bones were these? They actually had such a terrifying demonic power. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang was also forced back. The blood in his body was surging and the corner of his mouth was overflowing with blood. But from beginning to end, his feet never left the ancient tree. Seeing this, Murong Xiong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Now is a good opportunity to kill him," because Qin Feiyang was retreating towards them with his back facing them. If they made a move now, they would definitely be able to kill Qin Feiyang. Dongfang Wuhan hurriedly said, "You can't make a move here." "Why?" Murong Xiong was puzzled. "Because we are also on the bridge. If we kill Qin Feiyang, Dong Zhengyang and the others have countless ways to make us fall into the swamp." Dongfang Wuhan said. "Damn it." Murong Xiong clenched his fists. It was such a good opportunity, but they couldn't make a move. It was really annoying. However, they didn't know that although Qin Feiyang had his back to them, he was already prepared to fight back. Moreover, he had arranged for the 2 of them to stay behind. Because he was worried that if he let the 2 of them go first, they might make trouble and harm him and Dong Zhengyang. But looking at the current situation, the 2 of them were quite tactful. In the blink of an eye, seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to stabilize his body, at this moment, a sudden change occurred again. The island they were standing on suddenly fell apart and was quickly swallowed by the swamp. The island sank, and the bridge lost its support point. The ancient tree suddenly sank. Qin Feiyang immediately lost his balance and fell into the swamp. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were also not spared. They fell into the swamp and screamed crazily. Qin Feiyang, seeing this situation, Shen Mai and the others suddenly exclaimed. What was worse was that 3 dragon crocodiles emerged from the swamp at this moment, raising their heads and opening their wide mouths, facing Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Their huge fierce eyes flashed with excitement. Because if this trend continued, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 would directly fall into their mouths. Of course, they wouldn't refuse the delicious food that was delivered to their door. It's over, there's no hope. Seeing the 3 dragon crocodiles appear, Shen Mai immediately sat on the ground powerlessly and muttered to herself. Dong Zhengyang and the others also had a look of despair and indignation. "Let's go." Shen Long gritted his teeth and shouted. Shen Mai said, "Leave him alone. What do you want us to do?" Shen Long said angrily. It was already hopeless to fall into the swamp, not to mention that there were so many dragon crocodiles in the swamp. To be honest, he also wanted to save Qin Feiyang. Because it was Qin Feiyang who allowed him to break through to the War Master, but what could he do? There was no point in staying here. Shen Long is right, we must leave immediately. Dong Zhengyang nodded, bent down, and reached out to grab the ancient tree, forcefully pulling it out of the swamp. The death of the Crocodile King had already angered the crocodile group. If they did not leave now, once Qin Feiyang and the other 2 died, the crocodile group would definitely come to kill them again. "I'm sorry." After pulling out the ancient tree, Dong Zhengyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said softly. Towards Qin Feiyang, he always had a very complicated feeling in his heart. Qin Feiyang was clearly his enemy, but he felt that he was more like his friend. It was very contradictory. Even after entering the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, during the period of time he spent with Qin Feiyang, he had almost forgotten about that hatred. But suddenly, as if he had discovered something, his movements paused, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. "What is it?" Shen Long asked. "Look." Dong Zhengyang pointed to Qin Feiyang. Everyone looked over, and their faces were immediately filled with bewilderment. Shen Mai suddenly stood up, and the despair in her eyes was quickly replaced by hope. Because they found that although Qin Feiyang was about to fall into the bloody mouth of the fierce crocodile, he did not panic at all, and was extremely calm. It was as if he was not worried about the current situation at all. He must have a way to escape. Shenlong reached out and clenched his fists, muttering to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation, and even his body was trembling. Actually, it was not that Qin Feiyang was not afraid, but he did not dare to be afraid. Because once a person was afraid, they would lose their mind, and at that time, only death would await them. On the other hand, if he could remain calm in a critical moment, he might be able to find a glimmer of hope. Like Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, if no one helped them now, they would definitely die. This was the difference in the state of mind. Although it was said to be slow, the whole process only took a few breaths. There is always a way out. Even if it is a swamp, there should be a way. Qin Feiyang murmured, looking up at the ancient tree above, which was 3 or 4 meters away. If he could fly, there would be no danger at all, and he could directly fly up and catch the ancient tree. But now, he could not fly. There was no place for him to stand on, and he could not jump up. What should he do? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Was there not a ready-made place for him to stand on? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the fierce crocodile. Judging from the size of its head, it should be a king crocodile. You want to swallow me alive like this? You are too naive. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and turned abruptly in the void, with his head down and feet up. At the same time, he put the rib in his left hand into the Chenkuan bag, and his right hand firmly grasped the other rib, and his eyes were extremely sharp. In just a moment, he was only half a meter away from the king crocodile's wide mouth. At such a short distance, if it was anyone else, they would definitely be swallowed alive. However, at this moment, the one who was afraid was not Qin Feiyang, but the king crocodile. Looking at Qin Feiyang's sudden turn and his confident face, a strong sense of uneasiness arose in its heart. Roar! All of a sudden, it rushed out of the swamp and bit Qin Feiyang. It wanted to get rid of Qin Feiyang, this unstable factor, as soon as possible in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening. However, it did not know that no matter what it did not matter to Qin Feiyang. In an instant, a man and a beast met. Qin Feiyang held the rib in his hand and smashed it down. Crack! The king crocodile's head was smashed and bleeding on the spot, and it was blasted into the swamp. At the same time, the huge force also sent Qin Feiyang flying. Chapter 605. Seeing this, Dong Xingyang and the others were overjoyed. At the same time, they were stunned by Qin Feiyang's means. In the face of a near-death situation, not only did he escape, but he also killed a king crocodile. This kind of temperament was rarely seen in the world. Shunmai said, Dong Xingyang, quickly lift the ancient tree. Qin Feiyang was now holding the ancient tree. As long as the ancient tree was erected, he would be able to completely get out of danger. Save us. But at this time, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's cries for help sounded. Originally, they were already in despair, but seeing Qin Feiyang escape, their hearts were also burning with hope. However, Dong Xingyang, turned a deaf ear to their words. He hugged the tree and tried to lift it up. Because in his opinion, these two deserved to die. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, save them. As he spoke, he put away the other rib, then grabbed the ancient tree with both hands and quickly moved above Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Dong Xingyang raised his eyebrows. He was very dissatisfied, but he didn't say much. After adjusting his position, he slightly loosened his hands and the ancient tree immediately fell into the swamp. Almost in the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang's legs landed in front of Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Qin Feiyang shouted, quickly grab my feet. The two didn't dare to hesitate. They reached out in a panic and grabbed Qin Feiyang's ankle, then held it tightly in their arms, not daring to let go. In the blink of an eye, Dong Xingyang, quickly, Qin Feiyang roared. Dong Xingyang immediately lifted the ancient tree, and the three of them quickly rose into the air. Roar! Seeing the delicacies in their mouths slip away, the two dragon crocodiles were furious. They jumped up with all their might and directly bit the legs of Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. The flesh on their legs was torn, and the pain made them scream again and again. Their faces were pale. At the same time, due to the addition of the 2 dragon crocodiles, the weight suddenly increased by a few hundred times. Caught off guard, Dong Zhengyang lost his grip, and Qin Feiyang and the other 2 followed the 2 dragon crocodiles, falling into the swamp with a bang. However, Qin Feiyang's arms were still wrapped around Ji Mu. Because this was the only thing that could save him. The instant he fell into the swamp, he immediately sensed several tens of frightening ferocious might surging toward him and Dongfang Wuhan. Without a doubt, it must be the other dragon crocodiles. Moreover, the swamp contained a powerful suction force that pulled him down. In the meantime, outside, Shen Mai and the others were also shocked. Shen Long and Jiang Wei flew out almost at the same time, grabbing the ancient tree that was about to sink into the swamp. Shen Long shouted, "Come and help." Shen Mai immediately stepped forward. Dong Zhengyang was a little absent-minded, but when he heard Shen Long's shout, he immediately came back to his senses and rushed to help. "Rise!" The 4 of them roared and lifted the ancient tree. Qin Feiyang had finally left the swamp. Immediately, he greedily breathed in the air. Although he hadn't been in the swamp for long, there was no air inside, almost suffocating him. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were also firmly holding onto his thighs. Because they knew that as long as they let go, they would definitely be buried in the swamp. However, the 2 dragon crocodiles were also biting their legs. And at the same time, more than a dozen dragon crocodiles rushed out of the swamp and pounced toward the 3 of them. Among them, there were also 2 crocodile kings. Dong Zhengyang shouted, "Quickly break your own legs." Hearing this, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong didn't dare to hesitate at all. Their battle chi surged and turned into blades, quickly cutting off their legs. The 2 dragon crocodiles that were biting their legs immediately fell down. Several dragon crocodiles that were following behind them were directly smashed down by them. Accompanied by bursts of angry roars, they fell into the swamp one after another. After getting rid of the 2 dragon crocodiles, their weight was greatly reduced. Dong Zhengyang and the other 3 quickly erected the ancient tree. The crocodile king that missed its target returned to the swamp and rushed toward the island where Dong Zhengyang and the others were. At the same time, Qin Feiyang loosened his hands and quickly slid down the tree trunk. When he landed, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong also finally let go of Qin Feiyang's thighs. They lay on the ground panting, their faces full of fear. It was really thrilling before, but at least they managed to save their lives. As for the broken legs, as long as they took the regeneration pill, they would soon be repaired. Qin Feiyang landed on the ground and didn't care about the mud on his body. He only wiped the mud on his eyes and looked up at the crocodile group. At the same time, without waiting for orders, Shen Mai and Shen Long began to look for the next foothold. However, at the same time, the island under their feet trembled violently again. Obviously, there were fierce crocodiles bombarding the foundation of the island from below. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "If we want them to stop, we can only kill all the crocodile kings. It's very difficult." Dong Zhengyang said. At present, 3 crocodile kings had been killed by Qin Feiyang, and there were only 3 left. But now, only 1 crocodile king was above the swamp, and the other 2 were missing. There was no doubt that they must be hiding below. Jiang Wei said, "Do you think it's possible that the other 2 crocodile kings have been killed by our first wave of attacks?" "We can't rule out this possibility," Qin Feiyang said. After all, at that time, Dong Zhengyang, Jiang Wei, Murong Xiong, and Dongfang Wuhan joined forces to attack, and all of them were battle arts. The lethality could be imagined. But they couldn't rely on luck. What if they weren't killed? So, they had to consider it in advance. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, "Go all out and kill another wave." "Okay." Dong Zhengyang and Jiang Wei nodded and immediately began to practice their battle arts. Qin Feiyang also took out 2 regeneration pills and 2 healing pills and threw them to Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Each of the 4 pills had 4 Dan veins. These pills were refined when he was in closed-door cultivation for the past few months, in case he needed them. "Thank you." The 2 of them looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. Ignoring the mud on their hands, they grabbed the pills and stuffed them into their mouths. However, The hatred they had for Qin Feiyang in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. Although Qin Feiyang had saved their lives and given them pills, in their eyes, all of this was caused by Qin Feiyang. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang letting them cover the rear, how could they have fallen to this point? But they had concealed all of this very well. At this time, Shunmai said, "The bridge is set up." Qin Feiyang pointed to Dongfang Wuhan and said, "Shenlong, take them and retreat first." "All right." Shenlong nodded, carrying one person in each hand. He jumped on the beam and rushed towards the opposite side. Shunmai followed closely behind. Next, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shouted, "Kill!" Dong Zhengyang and Jiang Wei had long been ready. As soon as they heard Qin Feiyang's order, the demonic god and hurricane slash cut through the sky, carrying astonishing power and whistling away. Then the three of them didn't look at the result. They stepped onto the bridge and rushed towards the opposite side without looking back. Boom! The two great battle arts blasted into the swamp. The Crocodile King saw that the situation was not good and sank into the swamp first. No one knew if it was injured or not. But more than half of the crocodiles were dead. The rest of them were also sent flying. Finally, they managed to buy some time to escape. However, Qin Feiyang and the other two had just run to the middle section when the island from before was torn apart with a bang. Jiyu Mu suddenly fell into the swamp. The three of them almost fell down. But fortunately, their reactions were very timely. They quickly lay down and hugged Jiyu Mu. When the swaying of Jiyu Mu calmed down slightly, they got up and ran over. However, they had just landed in front of Shun Mai and the others when the ground under their feet trembled again. And it was more intense than before. No more crocodiles floated out of the swamp. It seems that they don't intend to fight us head-on. If they continue to hide below and attack our foothold, I'm afraid that we will be doomed sooner or later. Everyone's face was gloomy and full of worry. Murong Xiong sat on the ground and glanced at Qin Feiyang, saying, "We shouldn't have provoked them." Dong Zhengyang said angrily, "What's the point of saying this now? Moreover, if Qin Feiyang's guess is true, if we don't get rid of the 6 crocodiles now, we will have no way to survive." Murong Xiong roared, "You are gambling, and you are betting your lives on Qin Feiyang." "Yes, we are gambling. And no matter what the result is, I will support Qin Feiyang unconditionally. Because he will not abandon us and live alone." Jiang Wei nodded without hesitation and mocked Murong Xiong ruthlessly. Murong Xiong immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he could only hold it in. While the two were talking, Shunmai had already built the bridge. She looked coldly at Murong Xiong and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense, let's go." The group stepped onto the bridge and quickly evacuated. Next. Sure enough, as everyone expected, the crocodiles only attacked their foothold and did not confront them head-on. Left with no other choice, they could only be forced to continuously flee. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang had a lot of medicinal pills on him, and everyone had been in peak condition. About half an hour later, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's lost legs were finally repaired, and they no longer needed everyone's help. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and said, "You two continue to cover the rear." The two almost vomited blood in anger. "Why? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? What? Do you have a problem? Don't forget, we agreed in advance that we must listen to Qin Feiyang's arrangements." Dong Zhengyang glanced at the two. Murong Xiong clenched his fingers and growled, "Which ear of yours heard me say that I don't want to?" Dong Zhengyang said indifferently, "Although you didn't say it, I can tell from your expression. You should be a detective." Murong Xiong sneered. Dong Zhengyang snorted and said, "If you don't want to leave the death swamp alive, I won't force you. Don't scare me, I'm not scared. I'm also telling you, you will definitely die in front of me." Murong Xiong smiled coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. "Murong Xiong, stop arguing. We have seen junior brother Qin's performance along the way. It's right to listen to him." Dongfang Wuhan laughed. "I didn't say much. Why are you always targeting me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Murong Xiong snorted coldly. All right. After being chased by the dragon crocodiles for so long, you're not the only one in a bad mood. We're not in a good mood either. You should talk less." Harmony is the most important thing. Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan patted his shoulder and comforted him. Then, the two quickly retreated to the rear. Shun Mai and Shun Long were still leading the way. Chapter 606. Although the group of crocodiles had basically hidden themselves, they still killed a lot of them on the way. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. On this day, Dong Zhengyang looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, and finally couldn't help but send a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. I'm really puzzled, why do you still want to save them? They have their value. For example, now, without their help, our situation would be even more difficult. Qin Feiyang whispered. Is that all? Dong Zhengyang frowned. Qin Feiyang said, of course not, they have schemed against us time and time again, I naturally can't let them die too easily. I see. Dong Zhengyang suddenly realized. In that case, it must have been Qin Feiyang's intention to let the two of them cover the retreat. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and secretly said, your thoughts are really hard to fathom. Of course not. As long as it's my friend, I will pour my heart out. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Dong Zhengyang's heart trembled. The meaning of these words was already very obvious. To his friends, he could pour his heart out, but to his enemies, he could also be merciless. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's footsteps paused as he scanned the swamp, his expression obviously a little heavy. What's wrong? Dong Zhengyang, who was behind him, also immediately stopped and looked around vigilantly. So did Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Quickly go ashore. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang roared. Everyone was startled, but they didn't ask much and quickly ran towards the opposite island. That island was about 100 feet long, which was also very big, with verdant weeds and shrubs everywhere. Whoosh! In less than 3 breaths, the 7 of them had landed on the island. What's going on? Dongfang Wuhan looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I have a bad premonition. Shun Long, quickly put away the ancient tree. Shun Long nodded. He bent down and grabbed the ancient tree firmly. Then, he lifted it up with both hands. After that, he ran to the center of the island with the ancient tree in his arms and stuck it into the ground, protecting it with his battle chi barrier. Premonition? However, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Dongfang Wuhan didn't care. Premonitions were too vague. How could they be trusted? What he didn't know was that Qin Feiyang's premonitions were rarely wrong, even though they weren't 100% accurate. However, Dongfang Wuhan didn't mention it. Because he knew that even if he brought it up, no one would pay attention to him. The few of them stood back to back, staring at the swamp. But as time passed, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Dongfang Wuhan faintly smiled and said, Junior brother Qin, although I believe in your words, I still have to say that premonitions are sometimes unreliable. He spoke very tactfully so as not to offend anyone, but the sarcasm in his words could be heard by anyone who wasn't an idiot. Dong. But before he could finish his sentence, the swamp on the left suddenly exploded, and mud splattered everywhere. A 30-meter-long crocodile rushed out of the swamp and entered their line of sight. Dong Zhengyang's eyes focused, and said in a deep voice, It's that crocodile king. Why did it come out? Everyone was bewildered. But this was only the beginning. Dong. Another 2 30-meter-long dragon crocodiles appeared. Damn it! Shun Long cursed. Because these were the 2 crocodile kings that they had been wondering if they had died under their first wave of attacks. However, Murong Xiong sneered and said, I was just worried that I couldn't find a way to lure them out. This time, I'll catch them all in one fell swoop. But just as he finished speaking, more dragon crocodiles appeared one after another, floating in the mud. Their huge eyes stared at the few of them, all of them filled with a terrifying ferocious light. However, these dragon crocodiles were only at the War Emperor level. Murong Xiong shouted, Do it. Wait. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop him. Murong Xiong frowned. Wasn't it your idea to kill them all? Why are you stopping me now? Qin Feiyang immediately raised his eyebrows and said, I really don't want to scold you, but why don't you know what's good for you? You, Murong Xiong was furious. Dong Zhengyang shouted, Be quiet, let him finish. Murong Xiong stared at the two of them, clenching his fists tightly. He was about to go crazy with hatred, But in the end, he calmed down and looked at Qin Feiyang. "All right, you say it." At the same time, he sneered in his heart. "Let's see what kind of logic you can come up with." Qin Feiyang glanced at him, looked at the crocodiles, and said, "In these 5 days, there have been very few crocodiles that have taken the initiative to appear, but now, not only have the 3 crocodile kings appeared together, the other dragon crocodiles have also appeared. No matter how I look at it, I feel strange." Hearing him say this, Dong Zhengyang and the others could not help but be surprised. Even Murong Xiong fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Shunmai said, "Could it be that they want to fight to the death with us here?" Dong Zhengyang thought for a moment and shook his head. "It's not possible. If they really want to fight to the death, they would have already launched an attack." Qin Feiyang nodded, agreeing with Dong Zhengyang's point of view. "Look, doesn't that look like an island?" At this time, Jiang Wei exclaimed, "Island?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned, then turned their heads and looked in the direction Jiang Wei pointed. Suddenly, their eyes were filled with surprise. In front of them, about 1,000 meters away, there was a vague outline, sitting in the blood fog. The outline was very large, should be more than 1,000 feet, and at first glance, it really looked like an island. But whether it was an island or not, it was still uncertain. Shenlong shook his head and sighed. If only there was no blood fog. With their cultivation, if there was no blood fog blocking their vision, 1,000 meters was nothing at all. At this time, the mutation happened again. In the swamps on the right and the back, there were roars again. The few of them took a quick glance and turned pale with fright. In the swamps on both sides, dragon crocodiles appeared one after another. Moreover, there were 10 dragon crocodiles that were more than 30 meters long. There were even more dragon crocodiles that were less than 30 meters. In other words, there were 9 War Master Realm crocodile kings here. Adding the 3 crocodile kings from before, there were 13 of them. Every crocodile king was emitting an extremely terrifying might. But he didn't move. He just watched Qin Feiyang and the others from afar. Could it be that we've entered the dragon crocodile's lair? Shun Meihua's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. There's no more suspense. This is definitely the dragon crocodile's lair. Perhaps the crocodile emperor that Qin Feiyang mentioned really exist. Dong Zhengyang said in a deep voice. At the same time, he glanced at Dongfang Wuhan and the other 2, and a trace of ridicule could be seen in his eyes. If he hadn't listened to Qin Feiyang's suggestion 5 days ago and killed the 3 crocodile kings ahead of time, as well as a large number of vicious crocodiles, it would have been even more troublesome. This was leadership. Compared to Dongfang Wuhan, Qin Feiyang was much more powerful. If Dongfang Wuhan continued to lead everyone, in the end, no one in the spiritual state would be able to walk out of the 9 nether yellow springs alive. As soon as Dong Zhengyang said this, the place fell into a dead silence. Dongfang Wuhan and the other 2 also noticed Dong Zhengyang's gaze. They were a little angry from embarrassment, but they endured it. "Look, why aren't there any dragon crocodiles in front?" Jiang Wei's exclamation sounded again. "No!" Everyone was stunned. When they turned their heads to look again, their faces were filled with ecstasy. In front of them, there were indeed no vicious crocodiles blocking the way. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked up at the blurry outline. There were dragon crocodiles blocking the way in the other 3 directions, but there were none in front of them. Was there some kind of mystery hidden within? But they couldn't care less now. They had to move forward. Because in the face of 13 crocodile kings and countless War Emperor Realm crocodiles, even if they used all their skills, they had no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang said without hesitation, "Shenlong, build the bridge." "What?" Murong Xiong's expression froze, and he said in shock and anger, "Do you know that you are sending everyone to their deaths by doing this?" Qin Feiyang said, "If we stay here, we will still die." When Shenlong heard Qin Feiyang's words, he did not have any doubts. He immediately looked ahead and quickly found a suitable place to settle down. In front of him, 80 meters away, there was a mound of earth that was several zhong tall. Next, Shenlong steadily put down the ancient tree, and after building the bridge, he sneered without turning his head, "Some people are worried, then I will go and scout the way first." Finished. Without hesitation, He jumped onto the bridge and rushed towards the mound of earth on the other side. Qin Feiyang's gaze followed Shenlong the entire time. Although he insisted on everyone moving forward, he was not sure if there were any other vicious crocodiles lurking in the swamp under the bridge. If there were, he would have harmed everyone. In the end, Shenlong successfully climbed onto the mound of earth, and not a single vicious crocodile jumped out. Behind him, as well as the vicious crocodiles on both sides, did not block the way. "It's safe, let's go." Seeing this, Dong Xingyang and the others were overjoyed. They jumped onto the bridge one after another and rushed towards the other side as if they were running for their lives. But before Qin Feiyang jumped onto the bridge, he glanced at the vicious crocodiles in 3 directions, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. What were these dragon crocodiles planning? Could it be, as he guessed, that they wanted to sacrifice them to the Crocodile Emperor? Where was the Crocodile Emperor hiding now? Boom! When all of them had climbed onto the mound of earth, the 13 crocodile kings suddenly attacked and destroyed the previous foothold. Next, they surrounded Qin Feiyang and the others again. Qin Feiyang frowned and whispered, "They are forcing us to move forward. The Crocodile Emperor may be somewhere in front. What should we do?" Murong Xiong asked in a panic. "Do we have a choice?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and nodded to Shenlong. Shenlong also smiled bitterly and shook his head, and continued to build bridges. After passing through several mounds of earth in a row, they finally saw the vague outline. It was indeed a huge island, with rolling mountains and towering ancient trees, like a peerless beast lurking in the swamp. After a while, they came to the last mound of earth. They were only 50 or 60 meters away from the island. The 13 crocodile kings still did not attack them, but led the group of crocodiles to cut off all their escape routes. Jiang Wei frowned and said, "Do you think they want us to enter this island?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, then lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Dong Xingyang and the others were silent, afraid to disrupt Qin Feiyang's train of thought. After a few breaths. Chapter 607. What's wrong? Shunmai asked. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and shook his head. Actually, I should have thought of it. Shunmai and the others looked at each other. Shenlong said, "My dear brother, don't be so surprised, okay? Just say it clearly." Qin Feiyang looked at them and said in a deep voice, "I think the Crocodile Emperor should be on that island." What? Everyone turned pale with fright. According to historical records, crocodiles can not only live in swamps, but also in water and on land. But compared to swamps and water, they prefer to live on moist land. And in this swamp, the other mounds and islands are too small for them to live. Only that island is suitable. If I'm not wrong, that island should be their nest. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, they looked up at the island and couldn't help but turn pale. Shunmai asked, "What should we do now?" After pondering for a while, Dong Xingyang shook his head and said, "There are crocodiles behind and on both sides. It's definitely unrealistic to go around the island. We can only go up." Go up. Dongfang Wuhan frowned and said, "We don't know the strength of the Crocodile Emperor. If we go up like this, I'm afraid, at this time." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He collected his thoughts and thought carefully. He said, "Actually, I think going up is a good thing for us." Good thing? They looked at him in confusion. The Crocodile Emperor was on the island. Was this a good thing? If it were any other time, my words would be a bit stupid. But it's different now. We can't go up and down. We can't even fight with them. But as long as we go up to the island, we can do whatever we want. Although we will face unknown risks, at least we don't have to worry about falling into the swamp. Qin Feiyang said. Shunmai looked at him strangely and said, "After hearing what you said, why do I suddenly feel that the island is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, but a paradise?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "For our current situation, it is indeed a paradise." Paradise? Murong Xiong sneered. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep it to yourself. You're the one who asked me to say this. Don't blame me for being too harsh later. The so-called heaven is just a high-sounding excuse you found for your mistake." Murong Xiong sneered. Mistake? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He said, I've never thought that I've done very well, but I've also never made any major mistakes in my decisions. If you think that you've done better than me, I won't object to you leading everyone. I object. Dong Zhengyang said. I'm against it too. Shen Mai, Shen Long, and Jiang Wei expressed their opinions one after another. What a joke. If they let this treacherous villain lead them, sooner or later, they would be led to a dead end. Dongfang Wuhan glanced at Dong Zhengyang and the others and said with a faint smile, I also object. It's better for junior brother Qin to continue leading everyone. Murong Xiong frowned and looked at Dongfang Wuhan with dissatisfaction. Dongfang Wuhan said, you can fight and kill, but in terms of leadership, you're really not that good. Don't go and humiliate yourself. Even Dongfang Wuhan looked down on him. Murong Xiong was about to go crazy. But no one paid attention to him. Dongfang Wuhan smiled and said, Junior brother Qin, Murong Xiong is just complaining. Don't mind him too much. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, if I minded, I wouldn't have stood here and listened to him. Junior brother Qin is really a magnanimous person. Alright, let's do as junior brother Qin says. We'll go to that island, but we can't be careless. Dongfang Wuhan said. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Shen Long. Shen Long understood and slowly put down the ancient tree. Let's go. When the other end landed on the shore of the opposite island, Shen Long waved his hand and took the lead to step onto the bridge and rushed towards the island. Dong Zhengyang and the others followed one after another. This time, Qin Feiyang did not make things difficult for Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. He let the two of them go up first while he stayed behind. However, this action was somewhat superfluous. The 13 crocodile kings did not run to intercept and kill them. They quietly waited for them to head to the island. Boom. However, when Qin Feiyang and the others stepped onto the island, they swarmed forward and instantly destroyed their previous foothold. The ancient tree also sank into the swamp. The few of them didn't care, because there were countless towering ancient trees on this island, so there was no need to worry about it. Moreover, they weren't in the mood to care about this right now. The few of them paid attention to the movements of the crocodile group while scanning the jungle behind them. They were all prepared for battle. However, the crocodile group did not chase them ashore. The crocodile emperor did not appear either. However, the 13 crocodile kings each brought a group of war emperor realm dragon crocodiles and quickly dispersed, rushing in different directions. What are they trying to do? The few of them looked at the crocodile group in surprise. But soon, they had an answer in their hearts. Boom! Under the lead of the 13 crocodile kings, the group of crocodiles crazily destroyed the small islands around the island. They didn't even let go of a few dozen feet of dirt. Obviously, they wanted to completely cut off Qin Feiyang and the others' escape route and trap them on the island. Murong Xiong shouted, quickly go to the other side, we might still be able to make it. If the island and dirt on the other side were also destroyed, then they would really be trapped here for the rest of their lives. No one objected to this suggestion. Whoosh! Immediately, the 7 of them unleashed their maximum speed and shuttled through the jungle, rushing towards the other side of the island. In the jungle, the vegetation was very dense. A few large trees could not be surrounded even if they held hands. Vines as thick as an arm and as thick as a thigh were everywhere. They were like horned dragons wrapped around the trees. On the ground, there was also a thick pile of dead branches and rotten leaves. The air was filled with a rotten smell, and it was very humid. While the few of them were moving as fast as lightning, they did not forget to pay attention to their surroundings. Stop! After about 20 breaths, Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted. Immediately, everyone stopped in unison and looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. Qin Feiyang glanced at the jungle in all directions and said in a deep voice, there is a fishy smell. Fishy smell? The few of them were shocked and immediately looked around. There. Suddenly, Shen Mai's eyes trembled and pointed to a big tree more than 30 meters ahead. That big tree was as thick as a dustpan and had luxuriant branches and leaves. The trunks and branches of the big tree were entwined with strong vines. But one of the vines was not a vine, but a giant python. The giant python was 3 feet long and as thick as a thigh. The color of its skin was similar to the color of its skin. At first glance, it was difficult to distinguish it. At this moment, it was hanging on a branch and its huge eyes were firmly staring at Qin Feiyang and the others. Seeing the giant python, Qin Feiyang and the others could not help but feel their scalps tingle. If they did not discover it in advance, they would pass directly under the giant python, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't entangle with it." The few of them immediately turned around and prepared to go around the giant python. Hiss! But as soon as they turned around, there was a burst of terrifying hissing sounds around them. At the same time, many vines in the surroundings began to twist and turn. Qin Feiyang and the others looked and were shocked. It turned out that most of the vines here were transformed by the giant python. Murong Xiong roared in exasperation, "We just got rid of the fierce crocodile, and now we are in a snake's nest. Why are we so unlucky?" Qin Feiyang shouted, "Shut up. Instead of complaining here, it's better to break out of the encirclement. Let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed forward. Dong Zhengyang and the others also gathered together and quickly followed. Hiss! As soon as they moved, the giant pythons around them also swayed their long bodies and surrounded them. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. He pointed his index finger in the air and an invisible force roared out and blasted at the group of snakes in front of him. In an instant, a large number of snakes were killed. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and said loudly, "Their strength is not strong. Don't fight, just kill your way out of the encirclement." Understood. Dong Zhengyang and the others nodded. At that moment, a chaotic bloody battle unfolded. Qin Feiyang opened the way in front. Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan brought up the rear. Shun Mai, Dong Zhengyang, Shen Long, and Jiang Wei were on the left and right sides. The 7 of them twisted into a rope and used their own methods to rush forward. Wherever they passed, corpses and blood were left all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread out from all directions. Soon, the few of them galloped hundreds of meters. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from the front. Dong Zhengyang did not even think about it. He raised his hand and blasted out a battle chi. Boom! But in the end, accompanied by a loud sound, Dong Zhengyang was actually forced back, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What? The sudden turn of events caused Qin Feiyang and the others to turn pale with fright. They all looked forward and immediately saw a transparent liquid on the ground more than 10 meters in front of them. That liquid was nibbling away at the dead branches and rotten leaves on the ground, emitting black smoke. Moreover, the speed of the nibbling was extremely fast. In the end, even the soil was rotting. Venom. Their minds trembled. This liquid was obviously venom, and its toxicity was extremely terrifying. And the thing that collided with Dong Zhengyang's battle chi was definitely this venom. But this venom was not something they were afraid of. What really scared them was the giant python that spat out this venom. One had to know. Dong Zhengyang was a 1-star battle sect, and just a stream of venom was enough to force him back. One could imagine his strength. Rumble. Crack. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if a huge earthquake had occurred. At the same time, the ancient trees in front of them fell down in batches, and leaves swirled in the air. It was as if something was rushing towards them. And the strange thing was that as soon as this movement appeared, the giant pythons around them dispersed and retreated more than 10 meters away, surrounding them. And the giant pythons blocking in front of them retreated to both sides, opening up a wide path. "What's going on?" Shun Mai was surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "I think there should be an even stronger beast rushing over. Maybe it's the giant python that spat out that venom." Chapter 608. Finished. Dong Zhengyang took a step forward and took the initiative to rush forward. The giant pythons on both sides did not stop him. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang frowned and whispered, "Quickly follow him." Whoosh. Immediately, the 6 of them moved at full speed and chased after Dong Zhengyang. The surrounding giant pythons still did not stop them. Not only did they not stop them, but when Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared, all the giant pythons dispersed and hid in the forest. Crack. About 10 breaths passed. A huge head, crushing a large ancient tree, entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. Immediately, they stopped in unison and looked at the head with an extremely solemn expression. It was the head of a giant python, but compared to the previous giant pythons, it was several times larger. It was like a small mountain in the sky, and its huge eyes were suffused with a cold and bone-chilling light. "You dare to slaughter my people, I will swallow you all alive." A deafening voice sounded in the heads of Qin Feiyang and the others. Following closely, the giant python's head swooped down. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs. A glaring fishy smell rushed out of the wide mouth. Shunmai could not help but vomit on the spot. "You!" Dong Zhengyang smiled coldly, placed his hands in front of his chest and quickly formed a seal. A black palm print appeared. Black Devil Seal, kill. Following his low roar, the black square seal rushed into the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world, and blasted towards the head. "An ant-like person dares to make a move in front of me? You're courting death." A trace of contempt appeared in the giant python's eyes. Clang. Suddenly, a snake scale fell off from between its eyebrows. This snake scale was as big as a millstone. It was as black as ink, like a blade flickering with black light, and fiercely collided with the black square seal. Puff! Dong Zhengyang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. At the same time, the black square seal was also crushed by the snake scale, and it was effortless. So strong. Everyone was shocked. Dong Zhengyang was also somewhat absent-minded, but his eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as he roared, "I don't believe that I can't deal with a beast like you." This was because the aura of this giant python was only that of a one-star battle ancestor. Furthermore, the Black Devil Seal was a high-grade battle art. In addition, Dong Zhengyang himself was a one-star battle ancestor. In the end, he was still no match for the giant python. This was unacceptable to him. He formed a seal with both hands. A square seal appeared again. However, the aura emitted by this square seal was even stronger than the Black Devil Seal from before. "Heavenly Demon Seal, be destroyed." Dong Zhengyang raised his head and roared. The square seal shot up to the sky and slammed into the snake scale. Although the Heavenly Demon Seal and the Black Devil Seal were both high-grade battle arts, there was still a difference in their strengths. The Sky Demon Seal was undoubtedly stronger than the Black Demon Seal. Rumble. Another deafening explosion rang out. The Heavenly Demon Seal did not disappoint Dong Zhengyang's high hopes. It did not shatter and was in a stalemate with the snake scale in midair. The collision produced dazzling sparks and waves of air surged, sweeping in all directions. "With just this little ability, you dare to be arrogant." Dong Zhengyang sneered. "Human, you are very stupid. Can't you see that this emperor is playing with you?" The giant python's mocking laughter sounded in Dong Zhengyang's mind. Dong Zhengyang immediately sneered. "You don't believe me?" A trace of ridicule crawled up the giant python's eyes. Boom. All of a sudden, its aura crazily soared to the level of a 2-star battle ancestor. Damn it! Dong Zhengyang was both shocked and furious. He did not expect that the giant python had hidden its cultivation before. Crack! At the same time, the snake scale shone with a black light, and its power also soared by a level. The Heavenly Demon Seal was directly shattered. Following that, the snake scale slashed towards the few of them. Qin Feiyang took a step back and shouted, "All of you, quickly attack together. It's useless to hide when you have something to do." Murong Xiong coldly snorted and stepped forward with Dongfang Wuhan and the others. They evolved their strongest battle arts and crazily attacked the snake scale. In that instant, a few great battle arts collided with the snake scale, releasing a dazzling radiance. At this moment, even heaven and earth lost their color. Clang! Crack! The snake scale was finally blasted away and shattered. However, it did not shatter, only cracks appeared on it. The giant python was also forced back a few meters. However, Murong Xiong and the others, including Dong Zhengyang, were all trembling violently. Blood gushed out from the corners of their mouths, and the ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch. Even if it's a 2-star war master, It's impossible for it to be so strong. The 6 of them were in extreme disbelief. They had to be clear. Although their cultivation was lower than the giant python by a small realm, they had the amplification of battle art. Superior battle arts were enough for them to compete with 4-star war masters. But now, the 6 of them had joined forces and used their strongest battle arts, yet they were only tied with the giant python. Wasn't this ridiculous? Qin Feiyang suddenly said, "That snake scale," but he only said half of it before falling silent again. "What's wrong with that snake scale? If you have something to say it quickly," Dong Xingyang and the others urged. Qin Feiyang said, "It's different from the giant pythons we encountered before. Those were just ordinary giant pythons, but this giant python is a rare mutated creature, black dragon snake." Black dragon snake? The 6 of them frowned. Why had they never heard of it before? Qin Feiyang said, "You haven't seen its tail yet, and its tail is almost the same as a dragon's tail. At the same time, it also has another thing that a dragon has." Shen Mai asked, "What is it?" Qin Feiyang said, "Dragon scale." Shenlong said in shock, "You mean, that snake scale just now is a dragon scale?" "That's right. But it can't be called a real dragon scale. After all, the black dragon snake is not a real dragon, and its power can't be compared to a real dragon scale. But even so, its dragon scale is still very terrifying. Not only is it hard, it's also very sharp, and its power is comparable to a high-grade battle art. With its cultivation, even if the few of you join forces, you won't be able to break it." Qin Feiyang said. "Haha, what a joke. Didn't you see? We've already shattered it just now. As long as we hit it again, it'll definitely shatter." Murong Xiong laughed. Qin Feiyang sneered, "Is that so? Take a look again." Murong Xiong raised his head and was immediately stunned. Seeing this, Dong Xingyang and the others also raised their heads and looked over. Their expressions were also stunned on the spot, and they kept muttering. How is this possible? The originally shattered dragon scale was now completely undamaged, and it was emitting a dazzling dark light. Qin Feiyang looked at Murong Xiong and said, "I forgot to tell you, its recovery ability is very fast." Murong Xiong's rough face suddenly turned green and white. It was very interesting. "Don't call out if you don't understand in the future." Dong Zhengyang coldly glanced at Murong Xiong, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Then how can we get rid of it?" "To get rid of the black dragon snake, we still have to get rid of the dragon scale first. Because although the dragon scale is strong, it's also its fatal point. As long as the dragon scale is broken, its strength will be greatly reduced, at least by a small realm. But this is temporary. When the dragon scale regenerates, its strength will be restored." Qin Feiyang said. "Really?" Several people's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't know if it's true or not, but this information is recorded in the ancient books, so it shouldn't be wrong. Talking for so long is equivalent to not saying anything." Murong Xiong muttered secretly. Dong Xingyang thought for a while and said, "Whether it's true or not, we have to try. Let's do it." The 6 people performed their battle arts again. The black dragon snake didn't make a move during this time, and it turned a blind eye to Dong Zhengyang's group. Its eyes were firmly fixed on Qin Feiyang. "Human, you know a lot." While Dong Zhengyang's group was performing their battle arts, the black dragon snake's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang met the black dragon snake's fierce eyes and smiled faintly, without a trace of worry. Although the black dragon snake was very scary, he had a way to deal with it. Kill. Dong Zhengyang's group of 6 quickly performed their battle arts and attacked again. "You're overestimating yourselves. If I were you, I would give up resisting." The black dragon snake disdained, and the dragon scale suddenly fell and collided with the 6 battle arts. The previous situation happened again. Dong Zhengyang's group of 6 spat out blood. The dragon scale was also broken, but in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. Boom. Following that, a pitch-black giant tail rushed out from the forest behind the black dragon snake and smashed towards Qin Feiyang's group. The giant tail was as thick as a bucket and covered with scales. At the head of the tail, there were strands of black hair. "It's really a dragon tail." Dong Zhengyang's group trembled as they turned to look at Qin Feiyang for help. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 people, raised his head to look at the black dragon snake, and said with a smile, "Follow me, I won't kill you." What? Dong Zhengyang's group of 6 was stunned. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually say such a thing. The black dragon snake was also extremely shocked. Its giant tail stopped in mid-air, and it forgot to kill them. "What did you say? Say it again." After a while, the black dragon snake reacted and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Follow me." Qin Feiyang said. His tone was calm, and there was still a trace of a smile on his face. Subduing the black dragon snake was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. It was because he suddenly remembered that according to the ancient records, as the strength of the black dragon snake increased, there was a possibility that it would become a real dragon in the future, and the probability was even greater than that of a flood dragon. Just imagine, if the black dragon snake really became a divine dragon, it would be equivalent to having a dragon as a mount. At that time, how domineering and awe-inspiring would it be? Just thinking about it made him excited. However, the black dragon snake was completely enraged. Its loud voice exploded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "Brat, you're courting death." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "If you don't submit to me, the only one who will die will be you." Shameless boasting, this emperor wants to see what kind of storm you can stir up. The black dragon snake's anger burned the sky, and its giant tail suddenly fell down. "Go!" Shun Mai shouted, turned around and rushed to Qin Feiyang, grabbed Qin Feiyang, and fled without looking back. At the same time, Dong Zhengyang and the others were also like birds startled by the twang of a bow, fleeing in all directions. The giant tail slammed on the ground, and the earth trembled crazily. This place was instantly fragmented, and a chasm spread, and it smashed a huge deep pit. Die. After missing its attack, the black dragon snake became even more irritable. Its ferocious power shook heaven and earth. It opened its wide mouth and a transparent venom was sprayed at Qin Feiyang. As for Dong Zhengyang and the others, it turned a blind eye. In this regard, Qin Feiyang was very calm. But Shun Mai was complaining. Chapter 609. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Don't panic, I'm here." Hearing this, Shun Mai's mind calmed down. The next moment, the 2 of them disappeared without a trace. Naturally, they had entered the ancient castle. Poochie. The venom sprinkled down, and within a radius of a few hundred meters, black smoke immediately rose into the air. The black smoke also carried a pungent stench. Inside the ancient castle, Ren Wushuang and the others were not distracted by the commotion outside and focused on cultivating. Even when Qin Feiyang and Shun Mai came in, no one opened their eyes to greet them with concern. Because they knew that with their strength, they wouldn't be able to help at all. Rather than worrying about it, it was better to focus on closed-door cultivation. However, the moment Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle, he felt an extremely powerful aura. This aura was almost at the level of a 2-star war master. He immediately looked towards the source of the aura. It turned out to be Wolf King. Wolf King was still lying on the altar. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. He was unprecedentedly peaceful. Moreover, its entire body was covered in hair, emitting a hazy light. Its entire body was filled with a divine aura, making it look like an immortal beast. What is it doing? Shun Mai naturally noticed the change in Wolf King, and her face was filled with bewilderment. It should be the precursor to a breakthrough. Qin Feiyang whispered. "So fast." Shun Mai was shocked. "Is it fast?" "If I remember correctly, it has been almost half a year since it broke through to the 1-star war master." Qin Feiyang laughed. "This is already very fast, okay? Look at Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan. They have already stepped into the 1-star war master a few years ago, but they still haven't broken through to the 2-star war master. You guys are really monsters." Shun Mai sent a sound transmission, her eyes filled with helplessness. From Qin Feiyang's tone, he didn't seem to be very satisfied with Wolf King's speed. Wasn't this clearly infuriating? However, the Wolf King's breakthrough was definitely a joyous occasion worthy of celebration for everyone. This way, the spiritual state would finally have a 2-star battle ancestor. Suddenly, Shenmai seemed to have thought of something. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Oh right, why did you subdue that black dragon snake?" "Secret." Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Shenmai rolled her eyes. In the meantime, outside, seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly disappear, the black dragon snake was furious. It looked at Dong Zhengyang and the others and roared, "Speak, where did that human go?" Dong Zhengyang's eyes flashed as he asked, "What good will it do us if I tell you? You still dare to negotiate with this emperor? You really don't know the meaning of death." The black dragon snake's huge body shook, and a monstrous ferocious aura enveloped the group. Immediately, the few of them felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. Their entire bodies were cold. Murong Xiong immediately said, "He's in an ancient castle." "Murong Xiong, what are you doing? Who told you to talk so much?" Dong Zhengyang shouted angrily. Shenlong and Jiang Wei also glared at him. Only Dongfang Wuhan did not say a word. Murong Xiong also immediately roared, "Can't you see? He has already abandoned us and escaped alone. You still want to care about him? Do you have nothing better to do? What a joke. He will escape alone. Only a little person like you can do this kind of thing." Dong Zhengyang and the other two looked at him with disdain. "You all, simply stubborn. Believe it or not, when Qin Feiyang sells you off in the future, you will still have to help him count the money." Murong Xiong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. "If I want to sell, I will sell you off first." At this moment, a faint laugh sounded. Before the voice faded, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. But Shenmai did not come out. Qin Feiyang let her temporarily stay in the ancient castle to protect Wolf King. Because the breakthrough was the most important, if there was interference, it was very likely that it would fail. Therefore, all hidden dangers must be eliminated in advance. "Humph." Murong Xiong turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang, snorted from his nose, and said, "I thought you were hiding in there and did not dare to come out." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Although I am weak, compared to some cowardly people, I am still much stronger." "Who are you calling cowardly?" Murong Xiong's eyes turned cold. "Did I say something wrong? That little bug's tiger body trembled, and you honestly told me where I was hiding. I don't understand, how can a dignified battle master be so cowardly?" Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disappointment. But this sentence not only made Murong Xiong mad, it also thoroughly offended the black dragon snake. "Human, who are you calling a little bug? Say it again if you have the guts." The black dragon snake gnashed its teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang, its tone cold and bone-chilling. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the black dragon snake, and said with a smile, "Then I will say it again, do you want to submit to me? Bastard, this emperor will tear you to pieces, and then crush your bones to ashes." The black dragon snake roared again and again, its huge body trembled, and wisps of black flames rose from the surface of its body. This was its battle chi. Fierce beasts generally would not use battle chi, because their powerful body was their best weapon. But once it used battle chi, it meant that it was furious. Accompanied by a loud bang, the huge tail was raised high and suddenly fell down, stirring up a gust of wind. Swish! Qin Feiyang did not dare to hesitate. He used phantom steps and quickly dodged to the side. Just as his front foot left, the huge tail smashed down, and the phantom he left behind was instantly annihilated. A huge crack appeared on the ground. "Who told you to be so arrogant?" The black dragon snake sneered, thinking that it had killed Qin Feiyang's real body. "He's finally dead." At the same time, Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan also let out a long sigh of relief in their hearts, and then a trace of ridicule crept up in their eyes, as if they were mocking Qin Feiyang for overestimating himself. That was close. But suddenly, a voice filled with lingering fear was transmitted to their ears. "En." This voice, the black dragon snake and Murong Xiong were stunned at first, then they looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Qin Feiyang standing dozens of meters away, patting his chest with lingering fear. He didn't die. In the eyes of the two men and one beast, there was a deep sense of disbelief. At the same time, Dong Zhengyang and the other two also let out a sigh of relief. When they saw Qin Feiyang being hit by the huge tail, They were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at the black dragon snake, and said with a faint smile, "Looking at your appearance, you're disappointed that you couldn't kill me." The black dragon snake shook its huge head and said, "This is impossible, you're just a 9-star combat emperor, how can you be so fast?" Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Haven't you heard of the perfect battle art?" "What?" The black dragon snake's body shook. This human actually mastered the perfect battle art. Oh my god, who the hell is he? Suddenly, its eyes shone brightly, and it asked while breathing heavily, "If this emperor follows you, will you also give this emperor the perfect battle art?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, and said with a smile, "This depends on your performance. If your performance satisfies me, what's wrong with giving it to you?" The black dragon snake said, "Deal?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Wait a moment, let this emperor think about it." After the black dragon snake finished speaking, it fell into a struggle. "That's it." Dong Zhengyang and the others at the side looked at each other in dismay. Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyang would have to spend a lot of effort to subdue the black dragon snake, or even something that was impossible. However, they didn't expect that he would be able to make the black dragon snake lower its head so quickly. This guy really did have a trick up his sleeve. However, Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan's expressions were slightly gloomy. Murong Xiong said in a sound transmission, "We must not let him succeed." "I know. Just Qin Feiyang himself and that wolf cub are enough for us to deal with. If we let him subdue this powerful black dragon snake, it will be even more impossible to kill him." As Dongfang Wuhan said this, his heart moved, and he said to the black dragon snake, "Don't believe him, he's lying to you." "Lying to me?" The black dragon snake's eyes immediately burned with anger. "That's right. Perfect battle art is rare in the world. It's already very rare for him to have one. How could he have more? Moreover, I know him very well. There is no perfect battle art suitable for you to cultivate." Dongfang Wuhan said. "Damn bastard, you really deserve to die 10,000 times. The black dragon snake was enraged. Its entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Accompanied by a clanging sound, the dragon scale immediately cut through the sky and charged towards Qin Feiyang. The sudden turn of events caused Qin Feiyang to turn pale with fright. He retreated without any hesitation. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Wasn't the black dragon snake already tempted? Why would it suddenly attack him again? You dare to deceive this emperor. Today, this emperor will definitely let you die without a burial place. The black dragon snake had already gone crazy. Its huge tail suddenly smashed towards Qin Feiyang's back, cutting off his retreat and forcing Qin Feiyang to confront the dragon scale head-on. But these words made Qin Feiyang feel as if he had just woken up from a dream. How did the black dragon snake know that he was lying to it? Without a doubt, someone must have secretly instigated the black dragon snake before. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Zhengyang and the others. Dong Zhengyang, Shenlong, and Jiang Wei were all shocked. Obviously, they were also caught off guard by the black dragon snake's sudden action. But Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan were worried. Normally, there should be no problem if they were worried about his safety. But in Qin Feiyang's opinion, there was a big problem. Because these two people couldn't wait to kill him immediately. How could they be worried about him? So, Qin Feiyang immediately dared to conclude that it was definitely these two people who were secretly playing tricks. "Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you cry." Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. He raised his head and looked at the dragon scale. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Since the soft approach doesn't work, then I'll use the hard approach." He waved his hand and Chang Shui appeared. Immediately, he grabbed Chang Shui. Instead of retreating, he advanced and faced the dragon scale. "Stop." Dong Zhengyang and the other two changed their expressions on the spot. Because in their opinion, Qin Feiyang's action was no different from courting death. "You have guts. If you can defeat me, even if you don't have a perfect battle art, I can still consider following you. But can you do it?" "Haha," the black dragon snake laughed wildly. Its eyes were full of contempt. Qin Feiyang said, Then let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll let you swallow me alive. But if I win by luck, you'll be loyal to me for the rest of your life. The black dragon snake was stunned. He actually used his life as a bet. Was there something wrong with this kid's head? You don't dare. It seems that you don't have confidence in your own strength. Qin Feiyang mocked. What a joke. There's nothing in the world that I don't dare to do. Since you want to be my food so much, I'll accompany you in this bet. Chapter 610. The black dragon snake nodded, and Qin Feiyang was energized, rushing towards the dragon scale like lightning. Because if he wanted to defeat the black dragon snake, he had to shatter the dragon scale first. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang and the dragon scale met. Fight. Immediately, he activated the battle formula without hesitation, and his long black hair and eyes quickly turned blood red, as if they were dyed with blood. What an amazing fighting spirit! The black dragon snake's pupils shrank. Originally, Qin Feiyang was just a very small ant in its eyes, but now, in its eyes, he was like a barbaric war god descending into the world. It couldn't help but panic in its heart. Look at Qin Feiyang again. After activating the battle formula, he was only a few inches away from the dragon scale. The sharpness of the dragon scale was about to tear his body apart. Even with the protection of the battle formula, he felt the threat of death at this time. However, he didn't panic at all. Using the phantom steps, he took a step forward, and at the same time, turned his body sideways, and the dragon scale flew past in front of him. But before the dragon scale flew past, he suddenly raised the arm holding Chang Shui, and the blade gently scratched the dragon scale. All of this. It was all calculated in advance. Because, if he confronted the dragon scale head-on, he would suffer a full impact. After all, the dragon scale was very powerful, and even if Chang Shui destroyed the dragon scale, he would be blasted into dregs by the dragon scale, and not even a strand of hair would be left. And now, he turned sideways to avoid a head-on collision with the dragon scale, and only used Chang Shui's blade to gently scratch the dragon scale. In this way, the impact he suffered would be much less. The injury he would suffer would naturally not be so serious. As for whether this could destroy the dragon scale, Qin Feiyang didn't consider it at all. Because with Chang Shui's sharpness, even if it was just a slight friction, he was confident that he could destroy the dragon scale. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang leaned forward, and Chang Shui scratched the dragon scale, and immediately there was an ear-piercing sound of metal exploding. In the meantime, where Chang Shui and the dragon scale came into contact, dazzling sparks burst forth. However, all of this was like a flash in the pan, and it happened in an instant. However, although it was only a light slash, Qin Feiyang was still sent flying by the dragon scale. Not only was his body cracked, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and even his internal organs were shattered. As for the arm that was holding Chang Shui, it shattered on the spot, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. If he didn't have the battle character secret art, if he were to face Long Lin head-on, there was no doubt that his blood would have splashed across the sky. Bang! Qin Feiyang was like a cannonball, crashing into a huge boulder beside him. With a loud boom, the boulder was instantly shattered. Qin Feiyang was once again smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Dong Zhengyang and the others glanced at Qin Feiyang and immediately looked at the dragon scale. The dragon scale was like a flying blade, constantly spinning in the air. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was a white mark on the dragon scale, but it was not broken. Upon realizing this, Dong Zhengyang and the others were immediately disappointed. But the black dragon snake's eyes were full of disdain. It lowered its head to look at Qin Feiyang lying in the deep pit and said contemptuously, "Now do you know the gap between you and this emperor? But you're also quite impressive to not die like this." The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he said with a chuckle, "Thank you for the compliment." Ah! The black dragon snake was stunned. Even now, he could still laugh. This human brat was quite interesting. Qin Feiyang struggled to get up, took out a 4-patterned regeneration pill and a few healing pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. The medicinal pills melted as soon as they entered his mouth. Majestic energy surged to his limbs and bones like a torrent. To his fragmented physical body, this was simply like a sweet rain descending, frantically absorbing. His injuries also immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Because the injuries were too serious, only the fire of life could completely heal. However, now was not the time to heal. He had to hold on. Just as Qin Feiyang took out the medicinal pills, the black dragon snake's pupils could not help but shrink, full of disbelief. Then, seeing Qin Feiyang's injuries recover at a terrifying speed, the surprise in its eyes became even stronger. Was this emperor's eyes playing tricks on him? It's actually 4 pill patterns. You're an alchemist? The black dragon snake asked. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The black dragon snake said, well, now I'll give you a chance. As long as you agree to be this emperor's servant, this emperor will not kill you. You're so confident. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly. Clang. Before his voice faded. A loud sound suddenly exploded, resounding through the heavens and earth, almost tearing everyone's eardrums. Everyone looked towards the sound and suddenly turned pale with fright. They saw that the dragon scale rotating in the void suddenly split into 2 at this moment, split into 2 halves. Then, the 2 halves of the dragon scale were fragmented and finally completely disintegrated, turning into powder. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the black dragon snake's eyes almost popped out. At the same time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, and its aura suddenly dropped by a small realm. What's impossible? Qin Feiyang's voice sounded. He walked out of the deep pit step by step, his blood-red clothes fluttering in the wind, and his blood-red hair dancing in the wind. Dong Xingyang and the others looked over. In a trance, it was as if they had seen the return of an invincible war god. Their minds could not help but tremble. One must know. Previously, they were unable to destroy the dragon scale even when they worked together, but now it was destroyed in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Just what level was this guy's strength at? Swish. Suddenly, several people looked at Chang Shui who had fallen to the ground, including the black dragon snake, their eyes shining. Especially Murong Xiong, Dongfang Wuhan, and the black dragon snake, their greed was undisguised. Murong Xiong clenched his fists, his eyes burning, and said, Dongfang Wuhan, do it. Dongfang Wuhan said, don't be impulsive, it's not wise to make a move now. What are you afraid of? As long as we get that dagger, even if Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang join forces, we can still kill them. Murong Xiong said. Heard. Dongfang Wuhan began to be tempted. Murong Xiong urged, hurry up, or it will be too late. Because Qin Feiyang was walking towards Chang Shui. Dongfang Wuhan glanced at Qin Feiyang, then glanced at Dong Xingyang and the other 2. Finally, he made up his mind and shouted, get it. Whoosh. Almost at the same time, the 2 shot out like a sharp arrow. Dong Xingyang and the other 2 were stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked at the 2 suspiciously. But they were all smart people, and they immediately saw through the purpose of the 2. Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, what are you doing? Shenlong and Jiang Wei shouted and did not hesitate to intercept Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. But Dong Xingyang did not move. He glanced at them, his eyes flickering. But at the same time, the black dragon snake suddenly raised its huge tail and roared, the dagger is mine, who dares to snatch it? Finished. It raised its huge tail high and smashed towards Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. It seems that this dagger of mine is very popular. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Not only was he not worried at all, but he stopped and crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the black dragon snake, Dongfang Wuhan, and Murong Xiong with ridicule. Dongfang Wuhan looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Murong Xiong, you stop Shenlong and Jiang Wei. Boom. Murong Xiong suddenly turned around, his aura erupted, and his hands burst out, blasting towards Shenlong and Jiang Wei. You 2 really don't change. Shenlong and Jiang Wei shouted angrily, raised their fists, and blasted towards Murong Xiong with all their strength. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan looked at the black dragon snake and sneered, without the dragon scales, you are not even as good as an ant, and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. He raised his hand and waved it. Battle chi surged, and a huge arrow appeared out of nowhere. Sun-breaking arrow, die. Following that, Dongfang Wuhan roared towards the sky, and the arrow pierced through the air, shooting towards the black dragon snake's huge tail. The sun-breaking arrow was a superior battle art. At this moment, the black dragon snake's strength had been greatly reduced. Even if it had an astonishing defense, it would not be able to block the attack of the sun-breaking arrow. Boom! Immediately, its huge tail was shattered by the sun-breaking arrow, and blood flowed out like a fountain. Moreover, its huge body was sent flying as it howled miserably. Trash! Dongfang Wuhan laughed disdainfully and lowered his head to look at the dagger. His heart was immediately filled with greed as he crazily rushed towards the dagger. Just as the black dragon snake was sent flying by Dongfang Wuhan, another scream rang out. It was Murong Xiong's scream. Shenlong and Jiang Wei were both one-star war master now. With Murong Xiong's strength alone, how could he be their match? Just like the black dragon snake, he was directly blasted out, blood spurting out of his mouth. Dongfang Wuhan, stop being stubborn. After sending Murong Xiong flying, Shenlong and Jiang Wei chased after Dongfang Wuhan without stopping. Dongfang Wuhan turned his head and glanced at the two of them, and roared, "What benefits did Qin Feiyang give you to make you work so hard for him?" Shenlong said, "He was the one who gave us the pill to let us step into the War Master. Just based on this, we should repay him." Pill, it really is a pill. Dongfang Wuhan's gaze trembled. But what kind of pill was it? Was there such a magical pill in the world? Forget it. Compared to that pill, this dagger is more important. He muttered to himself. At this time, he was only 5 or 6 meters away from Chang Shui. With his cultivation, it could be said that he could easily obtain it. "Wait until I get the dagger, all of you will die." Dongfang Wuhan roared in his heart, and then pounced towards Chang Shui. His face even revealed an expression of ecstasy. Crash! However, at this moment, a dark iron chain cut through the sky like lightning and wrapped around Dongfang Wuhan's waist. "Freeze!" Next, Dong Zhengyang's shout rang out, and the iron chain immediately released a black light, and an obscure aura spread out. Dongfang Wuhan was frozen in the air on the spot. This time, he was dumbfounded. The dagger was right in front of his eyes, but at this moment, it was as if there was a heavenly moat between them, something that could be seen but not touch. This kind of feeling made him go crazy. His anger burned the sky. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, walked step by step in front of Chang Shui, bent down and picked it up. Looking at the angry Dongfang Wuhan, he said, "Is it that easy to steal my things?" With that, Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at Dong Zhengyang, and laughed, "Brother Dong, let him go." Dong Zhengyang was stunned. Chapter 611. They all thought that Qin Feiyang would directly kill Dongfang Wuhan this time, but they didn't expect that he would let him go. When did this guy become so magnanimous? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "This dagger can cut through iron like mud. It can be said to be a peerless treasure. If it were me, I would also be tempted. Therefore, his previous actions are understandable." The three of them were stunned. He was really considerate, but why did it seem a little ironic? Dongfang Wuhan also looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Was there really nothing wrong with this person's head? "Let him go, I believe that this time he will repent." Qin Feiyang smiled at Dong Zhengyang, then looked down at Dongfang Wuhan and said with a smile, "Am I right, senior brother Wuhan?" Dongfang Wuhan was stunned and hurriedly said, Yes, I will definitely turn over a new leaf." Dong Zhengyang coldly glanced at Dongfang Wuhan, then looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Zhengyang didn't say anything more and put away the battle soul. Since the person involved didn't pursue the matter, if he, as a bystander, didn't let it go, it would seem that he was too nosy. Without the restraint of the battle soul, Dongfang Wuhan moved his body and cupped his hands. "Junior brother Qin, thank you for your magnanimity." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I have already let you go several times, there must not be a next time." No. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hands again and again. But he was really puzzled. What kind of trick was Qin Feiyang playing? He absolutely didn't believe that Qin Feiyang was magnanimous. One must know. In the past, The Lu and Dong families had been exterminated just because they had offended him. It could be seen that he was a ruthless character. Could it be that there was really something wrong with his head? At this time, Murong Xiong, who was not far away, also got up and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Shenlong immediately pointed at Murong Xiong and asked Qin Feiyang, "What about him?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "We can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Since we have forgiven senior brother Wuhan, we naturally have to forgive senior brother Murong. Even let him go." Dong Zhengyang and the other two looked at each other, their minds in a mess. Murong Xiong was also stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Dongfang Wuhan coughed dryly and shouted, "Murong Xiong, why haven't you thanked junior brother Qin for sparing your life?" "Yes, yes, yes." Murong Xiong quivered and hurriedly bowed. "Senior martial brother Qin, thank you for letting bygones be bygones. Don't worry, I'll do my best to assist you in killing all the enemies." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, "Thank you for your support, senior brother Murong." Of course, of course." Murong Xiong quickly smiled apologetically. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's go and meet that black dragon snake again." Dong Zhengyang shook his head and said, "With your injuries, it'll be difficult for you to even walk." "I'll go. You just wait here." "Why should you go?" "If you want to go, he should go because he was the one who sent me flying." Shenlong snorted and glanced at Dongfang Wuhan as he spoke. "What's the problem?" "I'll go." "Murong Xiong, come and help me," Dongfang Wuhan said with a smile. After that, he rushed forward. "You wait a moment." Murong Xiong smiled embarrassedly at Qin Feiyang and the other two and quickly followed. As soon as the two left, Dong Zhengyang asked, "Qin Feiyang, what do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "As a person, don't be too ruthless. You have to leave a way out for others." Tch. Dong Zhengyang and the other two immediately revealed a look of disdain. If this sentence came from someone else's mouth, they might still believe it. But if it came from Qin Feiyang's mouth, it would be strange if they believed it. However, Qin Feiyang didn't want to say, so they didn't ask. "Brother Qin, when Dongfang Wuhan pounced on the dagger, why didn't you seem worried at all?" Jiang Wei was suspicious. "That dagger is psychic. It has accompanied him in battle for many years and has long recognized him as its master. As long as he wills it, it will return to his hands. What is he worried about?" Dong Zhengyang pursed his lips and said, "So that's how it is." Jiang Wei suddenly realized. Dong Zhengyang continued, "Moreover, if I'm not wrong, he was using Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong just now." "Use?" Shenlong and Jiang Wei didn't understand. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Zhengyang in surprise and said with a smile, "Tell me, how did I use them?" "You still want to test me? Okay, I'll tell you. With your current state, even if the black dragon snake's dragon scales are destroyed, you won't be able to defeat it. So, you used Chang Shui to tempt Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Similarly, you also expected that the black dragon snake would definitely snatch it. At that time, when the two of them and the black dragon snake fight, it will definitely be a situation where both sides suffer. And you just need to sit back and reap the benefits. Am I right?" Dong Zhengyang said. Clang. "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang laughed. But this laugh pulled at the wound in his body, and blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly stopped talking, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gave Dong Zhengyang a thumbs up. Dong Zhengyang's brain was indeed not something that Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong could compare to. Shenlong and Jiang Wei, who were at the side, were stunned. Jiang Wei shook his head and said, "I didn't expect there to be so many mysteries hidden in this. You people are really too treacherous." Shenlong sighed and said, "Yes, compared to you, Jiang Wei and I are as simple as children." Dong Zhengyang's face twitched and said, "Are you saying that we are treacherous in disguise? You admitted it yourself." "We didn't say that." Shenlong laughed and said, "But just now when I saw you standing there and didn't understand, I thought you were also coveting that dagger." Dong Zhengyang was stunned and said with a wry smile, "To be honest, if I said I didn't want such a sharp dagger, would you believe me?" "Ah." Shenlong was stunned. Indeed, who wouldn't want such a treasure? Jiang Wei asked, Then why didn't you do it? Didn't I just say that Qin Feiyang only needs to think, and the dagger will return to his hand? Is there any point in me doing it? Besides, you two are helping him, so I don't dare to do it, Dong Zhengyang said with a smile. Come on. The two couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Before in the inner palace, their relationship was not so good, and it could even be said that they were competitors. But after this period of time together, everyone had subconsciously regarded each other as friends. Only the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang was somewhat complicated. At the same time, when Wu Yang and the others in the castle heard these words, they also became more and more fearful of Qin Feiyang. To be able to casually scheme against Dongfang Wuhan, this kind of scheming was really frightening. This also made them even more determined to not offend this person again. Boom! Suddenly, not far ahead, there was a deafening explosion, followed by an intense battle ripple. Shenlong looked up and said, "They are fighting." Dong Zhengyang said, "Don't worry, with their strength, it's more than enough to deal with the current black dragon snake. I'm afraid." Jiang Wei asked, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid that they will kill the black dragon snake, because once the black dragon snake is subdued by Qin Feiyang." At this point, Dong Zhengyang did not continue, because everyone could think of the reason. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows slightly. But suddenly, his eyes trembled, and he shouted, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" The three were surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Carefully sense, the aura that is fighting with them is very strange, it's not the black dragon snake." The three carefully sensed, and their faces were suddenly filled with surprise. It was indeed not the black dragon snake. The aura of the black dragon snake was filled with a dark and cold aura. But at this time, the fierce beast that was fighting with Dongfang Wuhan had a brutal and bloody aura. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's go and take a look." Dong Zhengyang immediately waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and rushed towards the location of the battle wave. Shenlong and Jiang Wei followed them closely. After dozens of breaths, the four of them came to a short mountain. The short mountain was 50 to 60 feet tall, and the vegetation was lush. But at this moment, the short mountain trembled violently, and waves of gravel kept rolling down. The four of them looked at each other and quickly climbed up. Standing at a commanding height, they looked ahead, and their faces immediately changed. More than 200 meters in front of them, there was a huge monster. It was a giant crocodile, its body was more than 40 meters long, its head was like a dragon's head, and its ferocious aura was monstrous. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong joined forces, but they were still beaten back, their bodies dripping with blood. Around them, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The earth within 1,000 meters was shaking. Dragon crocodile. Could it be the crocodile emperor? Shenlong said in surprise. Jiang Wei said solemnly, "Nonsense, it must be the crocodile emperor, quickly analyze its cultivation." Dong Zhengyang said, "No need to analyze, it's a 2-star battle ancestor." Fortunately, Shenlong and Murong Xiong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was just that it was not impossible to kill a 2-star battle ancestor. Dong Zhengyang turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "You wait here, we'll go help." "Be careful," Qin Feiyang warned. Whoosh! The three of them rushed out and went straight to the battlefield. Sensing the three's aura, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong looked back and were instantly overjoyed. Kill! As soon as Dong Zhengyang and the other two arrived, they unleashed their aura and fought with the crocodile emperor. "You lowly humans, not only did you not kneel when you saw me, but you even attacked me. How dare you?" The crocodile emperor shouted, its giant tail rose into the air and slapped the ground. Boom! Immediately, the air billowed, and the 5 of them were sent flying, their faces pale. After Dong Zhengyang stabilized his body, he shouted, "Use your battle arts, don't hold back." Boom! The 5 of them attacked at the same time, instantly evolving 5 powerful battle arts and attacking the crocodile emperor. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at the crocodile emperor in surprise. The crocodile emperor's voice was actually a woman's voice. In other words, it was a female crocodile. Boom! But in the face of 5 great battle arts, the crocodile emperor did not retreat. It still raised its giant tail and swept it, showing its strength. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the crocodile emperor's giant tail was torn open on the spot. Blood poured out like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. However, Dong Zhengyang and the other 4 were also sent flying, blood spurting out from their mouth. What a strong defense. It's more than a few times stronger than the crocodile emperor. The 5 of them narrowed their eyes, but it was not that they could not win. The 5 of them regrouped and attacked the crocodile emperor again, all of them murderous. Chapter 6:12. Qin Feiyang looked at it for a while, then looked away and scanned the surroundings. Why didn't he see any trace of the black dragon snake? If it was dead, there should be a corpse. He looked up at Dongfang Wuhan and shouted, "Senior brother Wuhan, where is the black dragon snake? It escaped, and now I don't know where it is." Dongfang Wuhan answered without looking back. "Escaped." Qin Feiyang frowned and entered the castle in the next moment. Looking at Wolf King lying on the altar, he looked at Shun Mai and asked, "You haven't broken through yet?" Shun Mai said, "It should be soon." Qin Feiyang nodded and strode to the altar. He opened the iron box and took out the fire of life. Then, he closed the iron box and held the fire of life in his big hand. He once again appeared on the short mountain and looked at the battlefield. The energy of the fire of life was extremely majestic. Like a torrent, it constantly rushed into Qin Feiyang's body. The injuries in his body were recovering faster than before. And the battle between Dong Zhengyang's group and the crocodile emperor had also reached its climax. Waves of destructive air blasts came crashing down with earth-shattering momentum. The mountains and earth around Qin Feiyang were collapsing and cracking. The rumbling was deafening. "With the advantage, it seems that I don't need to make a move," Qin Feiyang muttered. Although the crocodile emperor's defense was amazing, the combined combat power of the 5 was not bad and gradually gained the upper hand. Catcher! Boom! At this moment, suddenly, a loud sound came from the right. Qin Feiyang was surprised and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw the ancient trees breaking, the mountains collapsing, and the ground shaking violently. A pitch-black giant python was rushing towards them. "I was worried about where to find you," Qin Feiyang muttered. That's right. That giant python was the black dragon snake. However, seeing the appearance of the black dragon snake, Shenlong and the others were shocked. One must know, it was not easy for them to gain the upper hand. If the black dragon snake and the crocodile emperor joined forces, they would definitely die. At this moment, Qin Feiyang said, "Don't get distracted. I'll deal with it. Can you do it?" Dong Zhengyang asked. He wasn't doubting Qin Feiyang's ability, but he was worried because Qin Feiyang had been seriously injured before. "No problem." Qin Feiyang nodded. "All right, try your best to hold it back. Once we're done with the crocodile emperor, we'll come and help you immediately. Everyone, let's work harder," Dong Zhengyang roared. The 5 of them gave it their all to suppress the crocodile emperor. The crocodile emperor roared continuously. However, it was useless as the outcome had already been decided. In the meantime, the black dragon snake had no intention of helping the crocodile emperor. It went straight to the short mountain below Qin Feiyang's feet. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "You still dare to come back?" The black dragon snake said disdainfully, "Why wouldn't I dare? The battle between you and me is not over yet." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "No, when I destroyed your dragon scales, our battle was already over. Bastard, die for me." At the mention of the dragon scales being destroyed, the black dragon snake was furious. It opened its mouth wide and spat out venom. It was like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Qin Feiyang. Fight! Qin Feiyang's battle-intent soared. His blood-red hair danced in the air. He raised his right hand and slammed it in the air. Boom! A dazzling golden light surged out like a tide and pounced on the poisonous liquid. Whoosh! Immediately, the venom turned in the air and shot towards the black dragon snake. What? The black dragon snake was stunned. "Are you kidding me? Is this possible?" Poof! In an instant, the venom was all sprinkled on its body, emitting wisps of black smoke. However, it was a poisonous creature and had a certain immunity to poison. Moreover, it was the venom that it spat out. Naturally, it couldn't hurt it. Of course. Qin Feiyang didn't expect the venom to hurt the black dragon snake. He was just stalling for time. When his injuries were healed, it would be the time for the black dragon snake to submit. Qin Feiyang laughed. Why don't we talk again? Talk your sister. After being thwarted repeatedly, the black dragon snake had long lost its patience. How could it be in the mood to talk nonsense with Qin Feiyang? Behind it, a huge beast shadow suddenly appeared. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked over. His eyes were burning with passion. That beast shadow was actually a black dragon. It was dozens of feet long and was like a mountain ridge in the sky. Waves of dragon might. And this black dragon was the black dragon snake's battle soul. It had already activated the dragon soul, so wouldn't the chances of transforming into a divine dragon be even greater? He had to subdue it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a round fatso appeared. What? When he saw the black dragon soul above the black dragon snake, Fatso's eyeballs almost popped out. Because his battle soul was also a black dragon soul. He asked in a daze, "Boss, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Originally, I wanted to take it as a mount, but after thinking about it, it's more suitable for you." Mount? Fatso was stunned. He sized up the black dragon snake from head to toe and said disdainfully, "How can this ugly little bug be worthy of Fat Lord? Damn it, you're calling me a little bug again. Could it be that in your eyes, I'm so unbearable? It seems that if I don't flip out, you guys really think I'm a sick cat." The black dragon snake was so angry that it was on fire. Roar. The black dragon soul above its head suddenly raised its head and let out a dragon's roar. Then, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the two of them. "Even if you show your might, you're still a sick cat." Fatso still had a look of disdain on his face. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss, can you not waste Fat Lord's time? Fat Lord still has to hurry up and break through to 2-star War Master, so that he won't be surpassed by you. Don't worry. Let me tell you secretly, it has a great chance of transforming into a real dragon in the future. Think about it, when you ride it out, how cool and handsome will it be?" Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Fatso was surprised, and asked, "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Fatso was overjoyed, but then frowned and asked, "Then is the probability of transformation high?" Qin Feiyang thought, according to the current situation, it has both dragon scales and dragon soul. The probability should be above 70%. This probability is enough. Fatso immediately became excited. Dragon Knight, TSK TSK TSK. Just thinking about it made him drool. He suddenly turned around, looked at the black dragon snake, and shouted, "Immediately submit to Fat Lord, or else Fat Lord will kill you and make soup." "Fuck, who do you think you are? Dragon soul, tear him apart for me." The black dragon snake roared, burning with anger. "It's just him, no way." Fatso shook his finger, revealing a face full of contempt. Next. He turned his gaze and looked at the battlefield where Dong Zhengyang and the others were, and chuckled, "Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, all of you open your eyes wide and look at Fat Lord. The reason why Fat Lord didn't fight with you in the past was not because he was afraid of you, but because he didn't want to bully the weak with his strength." Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were both shocked and angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and go." Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he directly kicked Fatso's butt, sending him flying. "Boss, Fat Lord wants to break off all ties with you." Fatty immediately let out a furious roar. "All right." Qin Feiyang laughed in ridicule. Fatso's face changed. After stabilizing his body, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and waved his hand. Don't, Fat Lord is just joking." Finished. He turned his head to look at the black dragon snake and shouted, "Little bug, surrender, transform." Boom. As his voice fell, a powerful aura roared out from his body. The clothes on his body were instantly torn to pieces, leaving only his underwear. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. But the next moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Black scales appeared all over Fatso's body, about the size of a thumb, glowing with a dark light. "Are these dragon scales?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The black dragon snake's eyes were also wide open, full of disbelief. The most incredible thing was that Fatso actually had a tail on his butt, and it was also a dragon tail. Seeing this scene, Dong Xingyang and the others who were not far away were also shocked to the extreme. Even the crocodile emperor couldn't help but look at Fatso strangely. And at the same time, Fatso's hands and feet began to twist, as if something was trying to drill out from under his skin. Finally, his nails grew longer and his fingers thickened, turning into dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon tail, dragon claws. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, as if he suddenly thought of something, and said in surprise, "Could this be?" "That's right." Fatso nodded and laughed wildly. "This is Fat Lord's perfect battle art, dragon transformation art. Boss, how is it?" "Fat Lord's dragon warrior looks handsome." "Handsome?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "What? You also have a perfect battle art?" The black dragon snake's eyes trembled. At the same time, the dragon soul also stopped in the void. Dongfang Wuhan and the others were even more shocked in their hearts. Originally, they thought that only Qin Feiyang had a perfect battle art, but they didn't expect this wretched Fatso to have one too. So to say, even Ruffian Wolf and Lu Hong had one too? The crocodile emperor's pupils also constricted. They even had a perfect battle art. What kind of monsters were these humans? Fatso looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong proudly, then raised his head to look at the black dragon snake, and said proudly, "I'll give you one more chance, obediently surrender, or else you'll suffer." The black dragon snake was mad with anger, and roared, "So what if you have a perfect battle art? See how this emperor will deal with you." Boom. The dragon soul continued to attack Fatso. "Little guy." Fatso disdainfully raised his hand and punched the dragon soul's head. "No. It should be called a dragon claw now." "Ayo!" The dragon soul wailed on the spot, its head instantly shattered, and its huge body also disintegrated. So strong. Qin Feiyang was flabbergasted. One had to know that that was a battle soul, and a dragon soul at that. It was many times stronger than an ordinary battle soul, yet it was actually scattered with a single punch. Wasn't this too ridiculously strong? However, although the dragon soul had been dispersed, Fatso's dragon claw had also shattered, and he was sent flying, crashing into the ground beside the short mountain. Obviously, the dragon soul was also very powerful. The black dragon snake was shocked for a while, then lowered his head to look at Fatso, and sneered, "The perfect battle art isn't that great." Heh heh. Fatso jumped up like a carp and stood firmly on the ground. He did not seem to be injured at all, and was full of energy. "It's too early for you to boast. The dragon transformation art is not as simple as you think." Fatso grinned, and the aura around his body suddenly soared. 2-star War Master. 3 breaths of War Master. 4-star War Master. Only when Fatso's aura soared to the level of a 5-star War Master did it stop. Looking at the arrogant and awe-inspiring Fatso, the shock in Qin Feiyang's heart could not be any greater. Chapter 613. The fatty looked at the black dragon snake in an overbearing manner and chuckled. "How is it? Did I scare you?" "Scared? Don't joke around. Who do you think you are? If my dragon scales were still here, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog." The black dragon snake was disdainful. In fact, it was scared, but its pride did not allow it to admit it. "Continue to be arrogant. It just so happens that Fat Lord has time today. I'll slowly play with you." Fatso snickered and took a step forward. His speed suddenly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of the black dragon snake. The dragon tail on his butt was like a long black whip, fiercely whipping the black dragon snake. "Ayo!" The black dragon snake let out a miserable howl and was sent flying on the spot. The place where it was hit was even more lacerated and fresh blood gushed out. "Damn Fatso, I'm going to skin you." The black dragon snake roared, its anger soaring to the sky. "Come on." Fatso hooked his finger provocatively. Qin Feiyang, who was standing on the short hill, could not help but shake his head. After the transformation, Fatso not only increased his cultivation to a 5-star battle master, but his defense was also comparable to a 5-star battle master. In other words, The dragon transformation art was a perfect battle art with both offense and defense. With Fatso's current combat strength, dealing with the black dragon snake without dragon scales was simply like playing with a toy. On the other side, the battle between the Crocodile Emperor and Dong Zhengyang's group had begun again. The Crocodile Emperor was still being suppressed by the 5 of them. However, the 5 of them also had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. After all, the Crocodile Emperor was a 2-star battle master and its strength was not inferior to anyone. Coupled with the scales on its body, its defense was extremely terrifying. It was definitely impossible for the 5 of them to escape unscathed. However, the battle situation had stabilized. The final winner would definitely belong to their side. Qin Feiyang also heaved a sigh of relief and then immersed his mind into his body. The majestic energy of the fire of life was like a tide surging in his body. The damaged internal organs had already been repaired. Next, he calmed himself down and listened to the movements around the island. Immediately, a series of low rumbling sounds came from afar. It was obvious. The crocodiles were still destroying the footholds around the island. Judging from the direction of the sound, they had already arrived at the left and right sides of the island and were moving forward. Hurry up, or it'll be too late. Fatso, stop playing around and subdue it. Qin Feiyang shouted and entered the castle, putting the flame of life into the iron box. He didn't dare to carry such a treasure with him. Wolf King hadn't broken through yet either. Qin Feiyang glanced at it, then left the castle and appeared at the peak of the short mountain. Roar. Rumble. When Dong Zhengyang and the other 4 heard Qin Feiyang's shout, they sped up and attacked the Crocodile Emperor crazily. It was as if he was going all out. In the meantime, in the face of the storm-like attacks from the 5, the Crocodile Emperor quickly lost its ability to fight back. Its injuries continued to worsen and it was on the brink of death. Fatso also stopped playing around and attacked the black dragon snake, causing it to flee and howl miserably. It seems that the battle will end in less than 100 breaths. There should still be time. Qin Feiyang glanced at both sides of the battlefield and muttered to himself. But suddenly, his pupils contracted and his gaze swept around the short mountain. The surrounding mountains and rivers were collapsing, and the earth was collapsing. The terrifying shockwaves from the battle were destroying everything in its path. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked down at the short mountain under his feet and his eyes were filled with doubt. How could this be? He kept muttering. One had to know that there were countless mountains that were taller and larger than this short mountain in the surroundings. As for those mountain ridges, they had all collapsed and turned into ruins. But why hadn't this short mountain collapsed yet? Although the short mountain had been trembling from the beginning, accompanied by gravel and mud sliding down, it was still intact. This was obviously beyond common sense. How could a short mountain that was hundreds of feet tall withstand such a violent bombardment? Could it be that there was something hidden underneath? With that thought, Qin Feiyang stomped down with all his strength. Boom! The short mountain shook violently at once, and the soil and gravel slid down in pieces. But it still didn't collapse. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The strength of his stomp was enough to crush mountains and rivers, but it couldn't do anything to a short mountain made of mud. This undoubtedly confirmed his thoughts that there was something inside the short mountain. He glanced at the ground and found a crack. Then, he squatted on the ground and dug the crack open. He found that it was black inside. What is it? His eyes were filled with surprise. Could it be some kind of mystical iron? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang became excited. It seemed that he had accidentally encountered some kind of treasure this time. He hurriedly took out a dagger, but it was not Chang Shui. It was just an ordinary dagger. Then, he grabbed the dagger and dug with all his strength. For a time, the soil in this place splashed everywhere. Clang! Suddenly, the tip of the dagger rubbed against the black mystical iron and exploded with an ear-piercing metallic sound and sparks. It's really mystical iron. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Although this dagger was far from Chang Shui, its sharpness was enough to cut through hair. However, the friction just now only left a slight mark on the mystical iron. One could imagine how hard it was. But what kind of mystical iron was it? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and studied it carefully. The surface of the mystical iron was covered with irregular patterns, like the bark on a tree trunk. Gradually, another feeling arose in his heart. This godly metal seemed to be somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked up at the crocodile and sized up the scales on the crocodile. After careful observation, he found that the scales on the crocodile were almost exactly the same as the mystical iron in front of him. Could it be? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. He lowered his head and looked at the mystical iron. There was a trace of horror in his eyes. Then, he hesitated and reached out his hand, pressing on the mystical iron and sensing it carefully. Thump. He actually sensed a weak heartbeat. Damn it. Without hesitation, Qin Feiyang stood up suddenly. As if his butt was on fire, he jumped down and shouted, "Stop fighting, run, run!" Dong Zhengyang and the other four immediately looked suspicious. The crocodile was almost exhausted. Victory was right in front of them. Why would they run? Fatso was also puzzled. "Don't hesitate, quick!" Qin Feiyang roared. At the same time, he used the phantom steps, and like an arrow, he shot forward. Dong Zhengyang shouted, "Don't listen to him. Kill this beast first." It was not easy to injure the crocodile. If they left now, wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Dong Zhengyang looked at Qin Feiyang's back. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, he said, "I'm not going to accompany you. Have fun by yourself." After that, he directly chased after Qin Feiyang. Shenlong and Jiang Wei looked at each other and immediately retreated. Then, they turned around and followed Dong Zhengyang, quickly leaving. "Boss is so flustered. This is the first time I've seen him. What did he find?" At the same time, Fatso muttered and decisively gave up on the black dragon snake. He used the return to one step and flew away like lightning. What's going on? The black dragon snake was stunned. But Murong Xiong was angry and shouted, "Are you bastards so afraid of death?" Dongfang Wuhan frowned and said, "Stop shouting. Let's go." "What?" Murong Xiong looked at Dongfang Wuhan in shock. He seriously wondered if he had heard wrongly. Dongfang Wuhan said in a deep voice, "According to Qin Feiyang's character, he usually won't have such a big reaction. I think he must have found something." Murong Xiong heard and immediately looked around in surprise. "Stop looking. Hurry up." Dongfang Wuhan impatiently shouted coldly. Then, he used his extreme speed and chased after them without even looking back. Damn it. Murong Xiong was left alone. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He cursed and quickly retreated. Seeing that they had all run away, the black dragon snake's eyes flickered. It also turned and ran away. During the whole process, the crocodile emperor didn't stop them. It just looked at them coldly. Fatso went all out and was the first to catch up with Qin Feiyang. He asked, "Boss, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang said, "Let's talk about it later." After galloping for 500 or 600 meters, Qin Feiyang finally stopped. He turned around and looked at the short mountain in the distance. But because of the blood fog blocking the view, the short mountain was very blurry. He could only see a rough outline. Not long after, Dong Zhengyang and the others also rushed over one after another. Before Dongfang Wuhan could catch his breath, he asked, "Junior brother Qin, what did you find?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "There's another crocodile emperor lurking there." "What?" Their faces turned pale with fright. But Murong Xiong suddenly frowned and said, "That's not right. If there is, why didn't it come out just now?" "I don't know. But I can conclude that there's another crocodile emperor, and it's in the short mountain I was standing on just now," Qin Feiyang said. "Short mountain?" They were stunned and turned to look at the short mountain. Immediately, their pupils shrank. When they were fighting with the crocodile emperor, they didn't have time to be distracted, so they didn't pay attention to the short mountain. But now, the short mountain didn't collapse. Was this a joke? After a moment of silence, Murong Xiong said, "Actually, I still have some doubts. Could there be something else inside?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Impossible, because I sensed a heartbeat, roar, boom. But before Qin Feiyang finished his words, a deafening roar sounded. Followed closely. They vaguely saw that the short mountain exploded and a huge monster jumped out. At the same time, a terrifying ferocious aura surged out in all directions like a raging wave. This ferocious might, when the ferocious might rushed over, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Because this ferocious might surpassed the crocodile emperor from before. Dong Zhengyang said in a deep voice, if my analysis is not wrong, it should be a 3-star war sec. Boom. Hearing this, Murong Xiong's body and mind trembled as cold sweat broke out all over his body. Fortunately, they were discovered by Qin Feiyang in advance. Otherwise, they might have been completely annihilated. Murong Xiong couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang gratefully. Boom. At this time, the earth shook violently. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others saw that the huge monster was moving quickly towards them. It should be taking revenge for that female crocodile, Qin Feiyang said. Moreover, the huge monster's movement speed was extremely fast. In a few blinks of an eye, it had closed the distance of 100 meters and entered their line of sight. It was indeed a dragon crocodile. Its body was more than 50 meters long, and its scales looked as if they were cast from divine iron. It emitted an astonishing ferocious aura. Wherever it went, the mountains and rivers would shatter and the ancient trees would be ruthlessly trampled. Its ferocious might was unstoppable. At this moment, Dong Zhengyang and the others panicked. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the few of them and said, don't panic, although it has the strength of a 3-star war sect, it doesn't have any supporting techniques, so it can't catch up to us. That's right. We're faster than it, what's there to be afraid of? His words woke them up from their dreams. Dong Zhengyang and the others immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang continued, but we can't be careless. If it catches up, even if we work together to kill it, we will still suffer heavy casualties. The few of them nodded. This was indeed the truth. Because there was still a female crocodile. Once that female crocodile recovered, it would definitely come to kill them. And don't forget, there was still a black dragon snake that was difficult to deal with. Qin Feiyang said, Fatso, take me away. Where are we going? Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang said, straight ahead. Fatso immediately waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, turned around, and rushed forward. Dong Zhengyang and the others quickly followed. The fierce crocodile roared, you damned humans, how dare you hurt this emperor's wife? Today, even if I have to go to heaven or hell, this emperor will kill all of you. Fatso chuckled, if you have the ability, then catch up. You still dare to be so arrogant. Just you wait, this emperor will be the first to swallow you alive. The fierce crocodile roared again and again as it chased after them. TSK. Fatso raised his middle finger in disdain, and then sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. Boss, this dragon crocodile has a dragon's head, and its name also has the word dragon. Can it also transform into a real dragon in the future? Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and said speechlessly, do you think dragons are radishes and cabbages that can be found everywhere? Fatso laughed embarrassedly. Next. He then said regretfully, it's a pity about that black dragon snake. If I could give Fat Lord a little more time, I would definitely be able to tame it. If you had used your full strength earlier, you would have definitely tamed it by now. It's all your fault for showing off. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Fatso laughed dryly. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and asked suspiciously, why are you so slow? This is still slow. Fatso was stunned. After transforming, your cultivation and defense have increased to the level of a 5-star War Master, but your current speed seems to only be comparable to a 4-star War Master. Qin Feiyang said. So that's what you're talking about. Fatso suddenly realized, and then sighed, dragon transformation art can only increase fighting strength and defense, it can't increase speed. So it's like that. But it's not bad, don't be unsatisfied. Oh right, what is Lu Hong's battle art? Qin Feiyang asked in a low voice. Fatso sent a sound transmission, I don't know either, it should be very awesome. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, it's impossible for a perfect battle art not to be awesome. Time quietly passed. Roar. The fierce crocodile that was unable to catch up to Qin Fei Yang and the others roared in anger. About 500 to 600 breaths passed. The group crossed a mountain ridge and finally arrived at the end of the island. In front of them was still an endless swamp. However, when they arrived here, there was not the slightest bit of joy on their faces. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. This was because the 13 crocodile kings had already brought countless crocodile groups to the front. Wherever they went, the footholds were constantly destroyed and swallowed up by the swamp. At this moment, there were only 3 footholds left closest to them. Quick! Murong Xiong shouted. He immediately turned around and entered the forest, looking for a big tree to build a bridge. Stop looking, it's too late. Qin Fei Yang shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, under the lead of the 13 crocodile kings, the group of crocodiles swarmed forward, and the 3 closest footholds were all turned into nothingness. Chapter 614. The road ahead was cut off, there were crocodiles blocking the way, and there was a crocodile emperor chasing after them. At this moment, the situation of Qin Fei Yang and the others could be said to be hopeless. Murong Xiong roared, Qin Fei Yang, aren't you usually very smart? Quickly think of what to do. Qin Fei Yang said in a deep voice, right now, we only have one path, and that is to fight to the death with the crocodile emperor. Everyone fell silent. This was indeed the only way, but the crocodile emperor was a 3-star war sect. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Moreover, they were not in a good state right now. If they really fought, they would be the ones to suffer. Boom! At this moment, there was a deafening explosion behind them. The crocodile emperor actually smashed a hole in the mountain ridge and appeared in their line of sight. Continue to run. This emperor wants to see where you can run to. Seeing Qin Fei Yang and the others, the crocodile emperor suddenly sneered, its eyes flashing fiercely. Qin Fei Yang shouted, Fatso, you go and deal with it. The others heal first. Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Qin Fei Yang had ulterior motives and let the 2 of them take the lead. Me! Fatso pointed at his nose and looked at Qin Fei Yang in disbelief. He felt wronged and said, Boss, you let Fat Lord deal with it. Aren't you letting Fat Lord die? Junior brother Fatty, stop pretending. With your strength, even if you can't kill it, it's more than enough to restrain it. Dongfang Wuhan laughed. Stop flattering me. Although Fat Lord admits that he is a little stronger than you, Fat Lord still has self-awareness. In any case, if you let Fat Lord go alone, Fat Lord will not go even if you beat him to death. At worst, we will all die together. Fatso shook his head and said decisively. Dong Zhengyang said, you mean, as long as there is someone to help you, you are willing to go? That's right. Fatso nodded. The crocodile emperor sneered, cut the crap. All of you, attack together. Shut up, who allowed you to speak? Fatso scowled and his attitude was very arrogant. Fatso, I will kill you first. The vicious crocodile was furious. Its huge tail swept out, and the area was suddenly filled with violent winds. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Damn, can't you say something before you attack? Fatso's expression changed as he used the primordial convergence step and slipped away without looking back. Qin Fei Yang and the others hurriedly dodged. The crocodile emperor became even angrier as its giant tail swept through the air. Fatso was obviously toying with it. Its enormous body trembled, and a terrifying aura enveloped the group of people like it was about to topple mountains and overturn the seas. Immediately, the few of them felt as if they had fallen into an icy valley, their bodies and minds turning cold. Boss, let's go to the castle. Fatso's pupils contracted as he roared in horror. Dongfang Wuhan frowned, junior brother Fatty, this is a good opportunity to prove your ability. How can you retreat? Fatso said angrily, prove your sister. If you have the ability, then go. If you really go, Fat Lord will also rush up immediately. Dongfang Wuhan raised his eyebrows and sighed, if I wasn't injured, I would definitely be the first to go. I wouldn't be begging you now. So awesome. Fatso was stunned, and said with a sneaky smile, Boss, give him a top-grade healing pill. Fat Lord would like to see if he has the guts. Dongfang Wuhan's face suddenly changed, turning ashen. Qin Feiyang's forehead immediately had a row of black lines. This damn fatso was really unreliable. But suddenly, his eyes became strange. Why did it seem like fatso was deliberately targeting Dongfang Wuhan? What time is it now? You still have the mood to quarrel? At this time, Dong Zhengyang shouted impatiently. He looked at Fatso and said, "If someone is accompanying you, then I will accompany you." Fatso pursed his lips and said, "I'm not interested." If it were Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong accompanying Fat Lord would consider it. Hearing this, Dong Zhengyang, Shenlong, and Jiang Wei's eyes also became very strange. But Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were mad with anger, cursing Fatso's 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. Qin Feiyang was helpless. It turned out that Fatso's goal was really these two people. He turned to look at Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong and said with a smile, "Since Fatso likes you so much, then please go with him to fight the Crocodile Emperor." "Who wants him to like us?" Hearing this, the two almost vomited blood in anger. Fatso glanced at the two disdainfully and said, "If you don't have the guts, just say it. Fat Lord won't force you." Dongfang Wuhan raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, I'll accompany you." His words were a bit cold. Murong Xiong was shocked and said, "Are you crazy? He's already put it this way. If we still cower, what dignity do we have left?" Dongfang Wuhan snorted. Murong Xiong clenched his hands and glanced coldly at Fatso. He turned to stare at the Crocodile Emperor and shouted, "Beast, come on. An ant-like character dares to clamor at me." The Crocodile Emperor disdainfully raised its giant tail and quickly attacked Murong Xiong. "Help!" Dongfang Wuhan shouted coldly at Fatso and quickly rushed up. "Hee." Fatty let out a sinister laugh and slowly walked over. Seeing this, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong were so angry that their noses were crooked. They roared at the same time, "Can you hurry up?" Fatso laughed and said, "What's the hurry? Aren't you coming?" But it was still the same. He walked slowly and was not in a hurry at all. The giant tail came crashing down. It was too late for Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong to withdraw. They could only resist. Bull strike. Sun-breaking arrow. The two quickly performed their battle arts and with a boom, they hit the giant tail. However, the result was that the two battle arts did not cause any damage to the giant tail and disintegrated. The giant tail did not stop at all and attacked the two. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's faces suddenly showed despair and resentment. But at this time, Fatso, who was walking slowly, suddenly accelerated and stood in front of the two. At this time, he was still in his transformed state. His dragon claws burst out and his battle chi surged as he punched the giant tail. Boom! The strength of the giant tail was very strong. It was like a towering mountain pressing down. Fatso's legs sank deep into the soil and his face flushed red. But at the same time, the gigantic tail was also sent flying by the fatty's punch, and a cracking sound could be heard. At the place where the tail was struck, a crack had appeared on the scales. However, although Fatso arrived in time and the giant tail did not directly hit Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, the two were still not spared. They were blown away by the shockwaves created by the confrontation between Fatso and the Crocodile Emperor. They rolled on the ground in a sorry state and blood kept coming out of their mouths. Their injuries were even worse. The two hated Fatso to the extreme. Moreover, he felt a great sense of humiliation. The two of them joined forces and did not cause any damage. But Fatso alone broke the crocodile's defense. It was like a slap to their faces. Fatso joked, "If it wasn't for Fat Lord's timely intervention, you would have been bleeding. Shouldn't you thank me, your savior?" The two gritted their teeth and smoke came out of their heads. If it wasn't for Fatso's mischief, would they have come to fight with the Crocodile Emperor? If they didn't fight with the Crocodile Emperor, would they have been saved by Fatso? Now, they actually came to play the good guy. What a bastard, shameless, despicable. Not far away, Dong Zhengyang and the other two's faces were twitching non-stop. Dong Zhengyang suddenly turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, "How can you stand him?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Get used to it." Shenlong smiled bitterly, I think it's best to just ignore it. Makes sense. Jiang Wei nodded. If they were to take this fatso seriously, they would definitely be angered to death. Roar. Suddenly, an angry beast roar resounded and the surrounding mountains and rivers shook at this moment. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw the crocodile emperor roaring again and again. Its 4 limbs were constantly bombarding the ground and its entire body was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Obviously, Fatso's previous punch had made it completely irritable. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Fatso, stop messing around and be serious." Fat Lord has always been serious. Fatso turned to Qin Feiyang and grinned. He looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Dong Xingyang and said, "You two go first, I'll bring up the rear." Get lost. The two immediately cursed and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others without hesitation. Running away just like that. Fatso was a little stunned and roared, "Fuck, are you kidding me? So useless." Although Dongfang Wuhan and Dong Xingyang were angry, they didn't retort and endured it. Because they couldn't let their emotions affect their decisions. Otherwise, they would fall into Fatso's trap. King of the Inner Palace, you're really fucking useless. Fatso sneered and turned to look at the crocodile emperor. He sneered, "Come on, little reptile, Fat Lord will be intimate with you. You're courting death." The crocodile emperor was burning with anger. It moved its huge body and stepped on Fatso. Humph. Fatso snorted and used return to one step and quickly dodged to the side. Boom. When the crocodile emperor's huge foot landed, the ground shook violently and a deep pit appeared. Looking at the deep pit, Fatso's pupils constricted. If he had been stepped on before, he would have been turned into meat paste. Ha! Suddenly, he roared and punched the crocodile emperor's stomach with all his might. Oh! The crocodile emperor howled and its huge body was blasted into the air. One had to know. There was a gravitational force in the air. Under the pressure of that gravitational force, the crocodile emperor fell rapidly and smashed into the ground. The ground cracked on the spot and dust billowed. "Fatso, I'll fight you to the death." The crocodile emperor got up and roared angrily. It rushed toward Fatso again with red eyes. "That depends on whether you have the ability." Fatso smiled disdainfully and went forward without dodging. Boom. Crack. There was a loud explosion in this place. The ground caved in and the mountains collapsed. A terrifying shockwave from the battle spread out in all directions like a tide. Qin Feiyang and the rest could not withstand the impact of the battle wave and retreated again and again. Dong Zhengyang glanced at Qin Feiyang and looked at the battlefield again. He sighed and said, "I used to think that Fatso was relying on you as his backer. Until now, I know that he has the ability to do so." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "None of the people around me are mediocre." To be honest, he was also very surprised. Because all along, the impression that Fatso gave others was that he was shameless, wretched, and indecent. Moreover, all these years, Fatso had never seriously fought with others. This was the first time, and his performance had greatly exceeded his expectations. Based on the current situation, if Fatso dared to go all out, it was not impossible to kill the crocodile emperor. But suddenly, he looked at the swamp in front of him. 13 crocodile kings floated on the surface of the swamp and stared at them covetously. The situation is not good.